What's up, guys? We've made it. We're back on a Saturday. This is great. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for joining everybody. And yes, Maxim, those are the same pictures right now. I got a little phone booth keypad on the left and a phone booth keypad on the right. Because this is a live stream, we're going to have to make that render, and then I'll re-update the thumbnail. So for people watching the video after the fact, this doesn't even matter. Guys, what we're doing today is basically we're taking a macro shot of a picture, all right, and we're going to recreate it in CG like exactly 1-to-1. It's going to look perfect. It's going to look so good. We're going to texture it. I got a custom HDRI lighting map that I'm going to use to light the scene, and I'm actually going to walk you guys through that process as well in another video. It's not going to be a live stream video. It's going to be its own 10-minute quick little video for you guys on how I create my custom HDRIs. So if you guys want something like that or would love to watch something like that, then go ahead and subscribe. Also, please leave a comment, guys, down in the description. Not in the description. What am I saying, guys? I'm all YouTubed out right now. Leave a comment, okay? And let me know what you guys want for future tutorials. And also, if you're not part of the Learning with Clint Discord server, then the link to that is also in the description. But what's up, everybody? How's everyone doing today? I like this this new time slot, this 10:45. I know we're trying to get it down to 10:30, but it actually works. It works better for me because I actually have more time in the day after the fact. So it's good. It works out. So hopefully it's good for you guys too. I'm excited to jump in today and get started. It's gonna be fun. How's everybody doing? You guys staying healthy, staying alive? Eric, you are the best. What's up, guys? We got J Boz, Johnny Boz in the house. What's going on, man? Long time friend here. Awesome, you guys enjoyed the corridor video today, the Russia React videos. All right. So yeah, we got really cool tutorial ahead of us today. And we got some fun render challenge winners to announce. Also, that comes with a prize. This is the first time ever the render challenge has come with a prize. The challenge was car. You had to model, texture, light, and render your own car. And the prize is a super awesome car paint shader, custom made over months and months and months by one of our Discord server users. More on that later. It's super cool. But real quick, before we jump in, I'm actually very excited to announce that once again, our friends over at Skillshare is sponsoring this video today. They're making this video possible. So big shout out to Skillshare. And if you guys don't know, I love learning. I assume that's why you guys are here as well, is because you love to learn. And Skillshare it exists for just that. It's an online learning community for creatives like you guys who are looking to up their game and just get better at what they do. They offer thousands of courses. It could be on any subject. If you can look it up, if you can search it in a little Google bar, you can search it on Skillshare and learn anything that you guys want to learn. So personally, over the years, I got into film photography. And I recently switched from Premiere to DaVinci, and I'm very excited to start learning Unreal Engine because I don't know if you guys saw that trailer, but boy, it was incredible. So, yeah, I just want to show you guys a couple courses that I think you guys would enjoy. So on Skillshare, basically, I was just kind of going through here, and I saw this film photography course here by Kyle McDougall, and I think that you guys, if you're looking to get into film photography, which I know a lot of you are, I've shot it for the last 2.5 years, and it can be very intimidating to get started in. And this is actually a really cool course that looks awesome. on how to get started, find the camera, develop your own stuff, edit your photos, and just, you know, for someone who's coming in not knowing anything about film but they want to get into it, this is a fantastic tutorial on how to do that. And these classes are all pretty bite-sized too. So this one here is 40 minutes. So depending on your skill level or your schedule level, you know, Skillshare has you guys covered. So like I said, I went from Premiere to DaVinci. DaVinci is also free, which is crazy. So this is a longer course. This is a 5.5 hour course by Christopher Navarre, and he walks us through a beginner with DaVinci and walks us through the entire process on how to use this software. It's very, very powerful. I actually do prefer it over Premiere at this point. And again, it's free, so you can't really beat that. And finally, like I said, guys, I'm trying to get into Unreal Engine, and this course here looks like it is the bomb. I cannot wait to jump into this. Unreal Engine is the future, and this is a 3.5 hour course by Michael Ricks, and he walks a beginner through not knowing anything about the program from start to finish, and so that you guys will be able to jump in and create some awesome scenes in Unreal. And honestly, I want to start streaming Unreal every Saturday as well, or every other Saturday, or, you know, once in a while. But yeah, check out these classes. They're gonna be super awesome. And as a Skillshare premium member, you guys get access to regularly updated premium content all the time for less than $10 a month for an annual subscription. So for the first 1,000 people who click the link in the description below, you guys get 2 free months of Skillshare premium on me, on Skillshare. So let's get our learn on, guys. Let's start jumping into this tutorial. Let's do this thing. All right. So what do we want to do? We want to recreate that photo. Let me pull it up real quick here. Let us see. Where are you at? Folder navigation. Always takes me a minute to like navigate through all this stuff. Okay, so, you know, we can focus on framing a little later. We can reframe some stuff. But yeah, this is basically just another super close-up macro shot of some old phone booth keys here. I love this crazy texture detail in here. A lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of surface imperfections. That is like that, right? So you have surface imperfections, and that's like all these scratches, and there, it looks like there's a little bit of rust. There is rust gathered up here. These little like pock marks and everything. You have scratches here. You have dirt, crusty old dirt marks. You can see like the line of how far they can get pressed in. Yeah, scratches, rust, dirt. I'm sure there's some old fingerprints on here and stuff. You have little rusty points down inside. If I zoom in even more, like inside of these letters here, they're all beveled. So we're going to model this. We're going to light this with a custom HDRI image that I took right next to the phone booth, so we get the actual lighting. And that's something we didn't do on our last render or real photo, right? With the doorknob, I just kind of had to figure it out and use an HDRI map that kind of worked. But for this, I took a custom one. And again, if you guys want to know how to do that and get that linked up with HDRI Link and HDRI Browser, it's a Grayscale Gorilla plugin for C4D. It's the best. Then I got a video for you guys. Be like 10 minutes long, and I'm still working on it. Actually, I'd love to show you guys a little VFX clip that I put together for that video. So in the beginning of the video, I'm going to go through a whole bunch of examples of what an HDRI image can do to your visual effects, to your scenes. So let me show you one of those that I just busted out real quick. Here we go. All right. So for some reason, this is playing all crusty. Let me switch the player for you guys. Boom. So this is just an example of what a custom HDRI can do to your scene. So I put this chrome sphere down, and what you're looking at is a complete full HDRI. It's like a whole bunch of stops of light range to give you, the exact look. And this is what I do before, like if I'm really going hard and I want to put in something CG into live action footage, I'll always spawn a chrome ball and I'll load in the HDRI and balance the light levels, the saturation and contrast to the live action backplate that I have. And then once I know that I can get something like looking like this, you don't have to do all the surface imperfections on the sphere. But once you can get something like this, then you know that anything else you drop in is going to be in the exact one-to-one lighting environment, and you're just kind of off to the races to drop in anything and make it look legit. So that's what that tutorial will be about. And then as you can see, I even have me filming my reflection inside of the sphere as well. And that is actually achieved. That was a tip that I learned from Ren, actually, on the anime self-driving cars video. In the very beginning, I think it's like the first shot. It's me and the woman at the starting line, and there are two cars in front, and our reflections are reflected on the side of those cars. And I was like, dude, how'd you do that? He's like, yeah, I just put up like a 3D card, and I played the video on that card. And it made it invisible to the scene, but the reflections, it's still visible. So I did the same thing. I just put a 3D card back here with a video of me filmed from the this 1R. It's the Insta360 1R camera. And I just put it where the sphere is, and I filmed me coming up close, matched the move, and put that in there, and it totally makes it just seem 100% real. So the little details, which is all part of what we're doing here. It's the little details that add up, and it's tough because like when you have a deadline for a video, it's like, oh, you can't really focus on the details. You have to move past all that stuff. That's why I like doing this, is because I really get a chance to focus on the minute details, because that's my favorite thing. The details is what it's all about. I love it so much. All right. So you guys doing all right? And yes, the chrome ball is a CG chrome ball that you drop in. It changes the lighting environments and everything. So the HDRI changes the lighting environment depending on where the sphere is. So, yeah, I go off on tangents, but that's okay. That's what we're here for. So what's the first step on this thing? Let's hop into Cinema 4D. Let's get our image pulled up in PureRef. So I'll open that up, and we'll drop the image into PureRef, and this is a program that I am still learning. So that rotates, I guess. I'm trying to zoom. As you guys can see, I'm still learning this program. But it's a cool program to reference different photos. It always stays on top here, so you'll be able to just kind of maneuver it around wherever it needs to be. So you can always reference this here. So I'll have this close by, and we'll be using this, right, to kind of build out our scene. So the first thing I'm going to want to do is align our camera so that our camera is in the same spot that our actual camera was here when I took the photo. Okay, so that's the very first thing I'll do. And this was about, I don't know, like 5 inches tall. So I'm just going to quickly make a cube just for reference, 5 inches, something like that is basically the outline of our keypad here. I'm going to hide that. Okay, and then let's see. Let's have a camera in here. Let's right click and go to where is it? It's like it's in one of, they changed things up in R22. tracker. Okay, under tracker tags, camera calibrator. All right. So with camera calibrator on here, this is actually a really, really powerful tool here. You have these tabs at the top. I'm going to go to image and I'm going to load the image that we are recreating. This photo here, okay? And it should, yeah, we should see it here. So let me change my aspect ratio. I know this is what? 600 by 900. Yep, so I think it is 2:3 resolution. All right, so we have our image here. Now, if we go to calibrate, okay, what we want to do is add different lines to basically say this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis, and it'll actually kind of generate other axes based on some known truths. So for example, if I want to add a line, I'll just click add line. And this is blurry, obviously, but we're going to do our best. And we're going to just kind of line this up along the x-axis. Now if we shift click this line here, it should turn red. And that is the x-axis. The red is the x. Okay, so now let's make another line. So we'll add another line. And we'll go up here. And we have this straight line. I'm just going on top of, like I'm kind of going beyond the bounds of the line here. But I'm just getting it just so that this line we're placing is lining up with the top of this like highlight up here. And we're going to do the same deal. We're going to shift click and say that's X. And now here, the X vanishing point is solved. Because we know that truth, right? We can see those lines. Now what I'll do next is we'll do the y-axis. So we'll add another line. Let's just do this here. And again, I'm kind of going beyond the bounds of the corners of this thing, but I'm just making sure that this lines up and is sitting flush right about there. I'm going to shift click that once and twice. That's the y-axis. So that green is the y, and it's looking for another input. It needs to know where another part of the y-axis is. So we'll add another line. We'll come down here and we'll just do this like blue little piece right there. We'll shift click once, shift click twice, and now it basically solved everything. So our y vanishing point is set, it's solved. The z is indirectly solved, which means it used these known truths, the x and y truths, to generate the z. It just knows based off of those things we input. The focal length, camera focal length was solved. The camera orientation is solved, but the camera position is unsolved. So we need to add a center point. So I'm going to add a pin here, and I'm just going to move this down to the corner. Should be fine. Boom. And it's solved assumed distance. Okay, so then from there we will, do we need to create a background object? Why not? You can create a background object. You can also create a camera mapping tag, but we don't need that today. So if we hop out of the camera, you can see here, and I'm actually going to hide the background. You can see that we have a camera, and it's looking up like this, and it's lined up actually just perfect. You know, I put this background and you can see our grid lines is actually lined up pretty well. And if I spawn, say that cube that we spawned, it's huge right now, so I'll hit T and scale it down, but I'm gonna hold shift and rotate this 90. You guys will see like things are pretty lined up, right? So that's a really nice automatic way to line things up in Cinema 4D. And I realized that like a couple things. I feel like I need time codes on these videos because they're very long, and it'd be nice to have people reference, like, oh, just look at a list of time codes where they can hop to the, the camera mapping part or the texturing part or whatever. So I guess I just need to like take notes or something while I do this. I don't know. If you guys have any extra time, maybe take note of when, what the time code is of when I start a new thing. I know I kind of go on tangents, so maybe it'll be tough. I don't expect anything from you guys. So, and the second thing is, you guys were asking for the HDRI image. You're asking for this image here, so that you can follow along and we can do this stuff together. I need to find a better way to do that because the HDRI is like 50 megs, and the JPEG itself is, it's a JPEG, it's fine. I just need to find a better way to like get you guys files and everything for when I get started. There's also a lot of like work that I need to do previous to these streams so that I can get everything set up and ready to go. Like, for example, I actually spent all last night rendering out a like dynamic rock monster, and it didn't look right, and I needed to keep working at it for another tutorial. So I had to change gears quickly. So yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into everything, a lot of R&D that goes into everything for these tutorials. So it is also tough, time-wise, right? But hopefully you guys will still be able to enjoy the episode here and learn something. And I'll probably post this image up. Screw it, let's just do it now. I'll open Discord and I'll drop in the JPEG for you guys. It'll be under, where is it gonna be? I'll just probably drop it right in general chat. Boom. All right, photos in general chat if you guys want to follow along here. So let's continue. We have our camera aligned. Things are looking good. So what I'll do is I'll probably just do like a placeholder kind of setup here so we have something to look at in our render window. Okay, so let's see. We have our camera lined up. Let's do, these look square. So we'll do an array or a cloner. We'll clone, let's see, how big are these things? I'm just gonna guess. I'm gonna make a cube and I'll randomly just take a guess, not randomly, I'll take my best guess and say those things are probably 0.75 centimeters all around. Something like that, okay? And it looks like, let's see. I'll control drag this cube out. I'll scale it up a little bit. And that's basically just going to be like the little back piece. And you see how it's clipping because we're so close to this thing. If you hit Control D, and in the project settings, if you just take view clipping, set that to small, and that'll fix things. So it's probably something like, probably looks something like this. Okay, so I'll take that. I'm just going to group it, Alt-G. That looks good. This is just a placeholder for now. We can scale this up if we need to a little bit. But with the null selected, okay, I'm just going to hold Alt, and in R22 they kind of change things up a little bit, which for the better, I think. And this is the little cloner button. So with the null selected, holding Alt, I'll click that. And it's cloning our stuff way out over here. Let's hide this background again. Let's hide the camera. And let's hit S with the cloner selected so we can snap to it. I'll come up in here. And we want to, in the cloner options, a grid is exactly what we want. It's looking like 3 across the X and 4 on the Y, okay? Or maybe it's the other way around. We'll figure it out in a second. Let's take this per step. The mode is set to per step. That's exactly what we want. And it looks like there's probably like 0.3 centimeters between these guys. So I'm going to hit 0.3 across the board. And it's doing some weird stuff. It's cloning it in a weird way. So maybe let's save. That sounds like a good idea. All right, so let's just try, there we go. That's what we're going for. And we want 4 and 1, it looks like. Yeah, there we go. Something like that, generally. So 1.3, 1.3 centimeters, and the Z doesn't really matter. All right, and we'll go back to our camera view. And this, we can actually just scale all the way up. And you can see when I scale it, it's kind of overtaking those keys. That's because the axis is in the middle of this cube. You guys can see that. So if I want to move it to the front, I use this tool all the time. I'll make this cube editable. And it's the enable axis tool here, or the axis center tool, sorry. Boom. And we can see that this is the X axis here. We want to push this towards the negative X. So I'll slide this all the way back to negative X. We'll execute, and now it's on the furthest point of the model, the furthest most negative X point on the model, if that makes sense. So now when we scale it, it's scaling from the surface there. So we'll go back in. We'll just scale this all the way up. Right? That'll be our little plane there, our wall. And let's give it a render here. Save and render. So this image is way too big for our little Octane viewport live viewer windows. So I hit this lock button all the time, and I'll set this number to like 0.8 until we get the full frame. 0.6. Yep. And maybe I was wrong on the aspect ratio. I think it was actually 3:4. So let's see, wide 300 by 400. Now we check the lock, back on, back off, and we can move in 1.5. I'm just gonna like line these up here. Roughly about there. And if I double click this image in PureRef, it'll actually snap to full frame, I believe. There's probably a better way of doing this. I think it was right. I think it was 3:4 or 2:3. So 2:3, we can say 200 by 300, and we can always up this later. And I'm generally just kind of lining this up so that we can eye it up. Yeah, that's good. That's good enough. Okay, so now we want to line up our geometry. Okay, our geometry is kind of off. Another way of helping us out with this, we can hide the cube from viewport, and we can make these pieces here are cubes. If we go to basic in the attributes tab and hit X-ray, we can kind of see through them. And why it's not doing that, I'm not sure right now. X-ray on the cloner. Okay. And let's turn our background back on. And let's just kind of move this around. Now, we don't want to move the camera. Certainly don't want to move the camera. We want to move our geometry. So I'll take the cloner, and it's kind of hard to see, but there's this little like tab here that moves it up and to the right, left, right, up and down. It doesn't move it back. So I'm going to just kind of move this around. And I'm probably going to scale it up. Somewhere around here. A little smaller. And that is pretty darn close. Right about there. Now we could go back to our cloner and kind of push the step size here. We can kind of push this a little bit. Now it's snapping to these really large numbers. I don't know of a way to go by like tiny increments. Like I know in After Effects, if you hold Control and slide, it'll go by smaller amounts. But I'm just gonna kind of type in and walk this up. Let's see, 6.5, 6.2 maybe. Yeah, that feels pretty close. Okay. All right. Now, this like secondary cube here that is the base, I feel like needs to kind of be a little larger. So I'm going to take off the X-ray and we'll scale up this base cube. That feels about right to me, right in there. Now obviously we need to go in and we need to like model these pieces out and boolean out these letters and everything. We got to find the right font. Now there's this little piece up here that is kind of inset into the geometry back there, so we'll probably make some cuts. Let's scoot over. Let's see. It's pretty darn close. That is pretty close. Yeah, I'm gonna type in the same number for the X spacing on the Y spacing for the cloner. Yeah, that feels about right. So NeoKeto says he'd 100% create a texture for displacement and not boolean anything. Yeah, that makes sense. As long as I can use... I don't think I'd be able to use the dirt shader, though, in Octane. because I want to get in those crevices, and I think the only way to do that, I guess you could do it through a displacement. What are these guys called? Deformers. A displacement deformer, because it actually will displace the actual geometry, and then I think the dirt shaders will work, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's throw in that custom HDRI that I made. So I'm gonna hop. I don't need to hop out of camera view. We'll stay in camera view. We'll line up our geometry here, or our viewing windows, and I'm going to make a HDRI environment, an Octane sky, and right now it just went black because there's no image plugged in for the sky here. So I'll click this here, and it's looking for file name.hdr, and that's nothing. So let's click that, and let's go to VFX materials, HDRI, personal, and we'll go down to this. Let's see. Where are you? Payphone. Here we go. Payphone. Or honestly, we could do that. We could load it that way. Or, it's also set up through HDRI link, which is super cool. Like, this thing is the best, So I'll go to personal, and I have all my HDRIs loaded into personal, and payphone. That's the one I want. And it comes in all hot like this. You basically just have to go to the image and go to color profile, set it to linear, and you should be pretty good. Now let's just do a couple adjustments here. So I think the first thing is I'll just throw a basic material. I'll go an Octane glossy material. We'll put that on the cloner. We'll also put that on the cube. And let's go in here. Let's set it to 1. So that's going to make it chrome. All right. And then we'll give it some roughness. 0.3. Okay, so let's hop out of here. And let's turn on, let's turn on our background. We basically want to match up the HDRI image to this photo here. So if we look around, we can see we got this HDRI, and we got, that's me right there chilling, and for some reason the stitching on this is a little off, which does not help us here. So that would probably be me needing to go back in and adjust the way it's stitched together. So I'll just rotate it though. This will still work for us. We'll go in here, and I'm going to just rotate it a little bit. Something like that. Okay. So it feels very contrasty compared to this flat image we have here. And I know that I want to make these images black and white when I'm finished with everything, because honestly, when I'm editing photos, I look at an image, and if it looks mostly devoid of color by default, I will try making it black and white, and usually it looks really nice. And I think this photo will actually look really, really nice as a black and white image. So that's certainly what I'll be doing, but we'll do that a little bit later. We want to try and match this as close as possible. So we'll make a sphere, we'll drop this down, and I'll make another glossy material, put it on the sphere, set the index to 1, because this is really going to show us what our HDRI is doing. Compared to this image here, it's a little dark, and it's way too saturated. So let's fix that real quick. So in the Octane Sky, in the environment tag, let's scroll down, and right here you should see this little button, and that will take us to node view. We got a bunch of extra crap here. I believe this is all we need. And let's just drop in a color corrector right in the middle there. And now we can start color correcting our HDRI image to closer match this here. So I think the first thing I'll do, take the saturation to like 0.3. And let's bring up the brightness. In fact, what's the best way to do this? Let's bring up the actual exposure here. Does that do anything? It does not. Okay. So I believe we can just do that from here. The power. Yep. So I'll set the power to like 2. And let's hop back into camera view so we can see what we're seeing. And I'm just referencing this cube, or I'm sorry, this sphere, to try and match this HDRI to what I think, the levels of this image are and the saturation and everything. So I definitely want to take the gamma down, or because the contrast is all the way down, so we'll take the gamma down to like 0.5. Brightness, negative 0.5 maybe. Oh, 0.5 is what I meant. So this is very, very, very off right now. So I think what we need to do is kind of come in here and start working in a little bit more detail and working on our texturing a little bit, and these things will kind of come together. But if I can get this close, that's kind of what I want to go for. So I'm just adjusting these settings here. To remember how long we spent on the last one trying to get everything correct. So the brightness levels are a little intense, so we'll just go to the camera imager and we'll crank up the highlight compression. And on this image here, actually, so it doesn't give you the projection and texture transform options. So I'm actually just going to drop the image in manually here. Let's see. And then there you can see interesting. Interesting. I think it needs to come. Oh, it's in aces. That's why. We are in aces. That is why. Okay. Okay, back to the node viewer. We can adjust our transform, because basically once you add this color correction, it's going to undo any sort of like movement you do here. You can see that the HDRI is staying where it is. So if we go to the image itself, we make a transform, and you should be able to move it around like that. Yep. And you can see that the HDRI environment is lighting our scene, and we just want to line up the that hallway light basically with, like, it's basically like a front-on situation. Yeah, but that's obviously super intense. All right, I think this is good enough for now for us to go in here and start messing with the actual geometry. So let's start doing some stuff in here. So let's see. All of these buttons have divots in them. They're kind of dipped down, and they're inset and extruded and inset again. There's a lot of extruding going on for this little bit, so we will do that. Trying to think the best way to do that. Because these buttons are coming out of this piece here, so maybe it'd be best to just kind of model everything in one. So maybe we'll use this as a guide to create this. All right, I'm gonna hop out of camera view, come up in here, and back into camera view. I'll make sure that option check camera is unchecked. That way we can still have a render, but also navigate the scene here. So let's see. That'll be the best way to do this. Maybe it would be to subdivide our cube, which is still editable here. If I'm gonna just copy this so we have a copy in case we mess anything up. Make the cube editable, and we'll take these 4 central points and we'll move them. We'll enable soft selection. Actually, we might not even need to enable soft selection. Let's disable that. Let's bring those down like this, so they all kind of dip. And I'm going to throw that into a, I'm going to subdivide it. And then we need to throw some cuts down. So I'm going to hit UL, that's our loop cut tool. And I'm going to make some cuts around the edges here. Why is that not? What is going on? You said Q was the shortcut. There we go. Okay. Maybe KL, that's what I was looking for. So I'll make a cut there. And I'll probably do like a ring around this. So maybe I can, let's see, is UL the one for that? No. We could select these 4 points and hit, what is it, MS? No, it's MW for extrude inner. We will uncheck preserve groups. I lied, we'll keep that checked. And we'll just bring that in a little bit. That way we're kind of making like a nice little edge cut there. But I think first what we need to do is kind of reinforce the edges on this side as well. So going along this, you can see how this is curved up really intensely. So let's see, let's do a cut there and a cut up there. And also down the sides. You see that kind of goes in a little bit, but I feel like we're still not there. Like these pieces definitely have, you know, a lot of, it's a very interesting shape here. It's really beveled around these sides. It's basically just a beveled cube with this central part pressed down. So maybe we try another method. We bring in that copy we made, and I'm kind of just brainstorming on this right now. Let's hide the subdivision surface, and we will start fresh here. I'm going to turn off the X-ray. So I'm going to try this with just a bevel deformer. So with the cube selected, I'm going to hold shift, hold down the cloner button, and let go on. Oh, no, this button here, sorry. Bevel, boom. And it's looking all weird right now. But that is okay. We're going to take the offset. We'll go 0.2, 0.05, subdivide by 10. So we get a nice smooth bevel here. And then we just need to press, if I take this cube, we need to make the cube editable. Okay, and we'll take these points again and we'll push them back into the model itself. And now I think this is where we'll probably need a few more points here. So I'm actually gonna take the cube, undo until I can probably go like 9 by 9 across the board. Make that editable. And I'm gonna grab these central points here. And this is when I'll enable the soft selection. And I'll bring the radius down to like 1 centimeter. And that is kind of giving us the look. You see that? But it's set to linear, and that's kind of giving us this like very hard edge right there. So I think if we set it to dome, that'll give us a more natural kind of shape, which is exactly what we want. So we'll push that back, something like that. I think this might be a little dramatic. We'll go 0.5. Or 0.75. And that feels about right. And the cool thing is you can always adjust that. So that feels pretty nice to me. And also another cool thing we can do is basically tell the bevel to bevel this edge more than this edge. And a way we can do that is if we go to the cube and we go to our line mode, we'll hit UL and we'll get this set, right? We want to bevel this ring a little bit. So we will set selection there. We'll make an edge loop selection. And then we'll also, if I were to solo this, okay. And I think it's a ring selection. Yeah, that's everything. We don't want everything. So we want basically this line, all the lines on the z-axis, that line, and then we'll deselect, disabling soft selection so we can see better. We'll just deselect all the lines we don't need. So we just have those 4 there, and we will set a selection. Boom. Undo that, okay? Because we don't want to have this selected. We want to make a new one. So we'll make a new one. This one will just be called edge, and this one will be called ring. So we can make 2 different bevels and bevel each one a little bit differently, because I feel like this is a bit more beveled than this here. And the bevel kind of opens up at that point. So I'm just going to try this and see what results we get. So I will just tell this bevel to only focus on the edge. And you can see it just gets the edge there. But we also want another one, so I'll control drag, make sure it's in the cube as a child of the cube. And I just want it to be the ring. And now we just change this, and it looks like garbage. Okay, so what happened? Maybe we put this above this. 0.05. This is 0.025. Yeah, no bueno. There we go. So I changed the order of those, and now that's looking nice and clean right there. Not bad at all. We can go 0.035 just to beef it up a little bit. Cool, so that way you can get a little bit more control over your bevels there. How's everybody doing, yeah? Everyone good? I'm not the model master here, so I'm kind of experimenting as I go. There's always a better way to do it. But I'm just kind of showing you guys what I know here and how I go about something, how I go about solving problems. I know there's probably the subdivided way would be nice. because then you can probably like see how it kind of tapers here, and then it opens up to this little bit. But this isn't a modeling tutorial, this is an overall tutorial, so I just want to walk you guys through the entire process. I could spend a whole thing on just modeling this here. Alright, so moving on. We can take this cube here and let's see. Let's go into side view. And just grab these points here. In fact, just this line. And I'm going to hit T and make sure this scales down to 0. Make sure the Z is set to 0. I'm just kind of evening out these little back pieces here because I'm going to want to continue the geometry into that little inset bit. Yeah, that's 0 and that's 0. Cool. So we're good there. So I think what we'll do here is let's do a little loop selection there, I believe. And we will extrude this. I'll go one more behind there. I'll extrude that just a little bit. It's this little section here that it's inside of. I'll grab these edges, hold control, move them forward. Let's say it goes in about that far. Hit T for scale, hold control. And scale that out. About there. Hit W for the move tool, hold control, and we'll go back in. T again for scale, hold control, we'll go out. And then T again for the move tool, hold control, we'll come back up. And then this will basically be what connects all the other pieces together. So this is kind of what we're looking at here. And yeah, Fusion 360 is probably the way to go when it comes to modeling. It's something that I've been trying to learn. So down here, you can see the little tab down here. I've been trying to work on Fusion 360. But, you know, I'm also trying to learn Unreal, and I'm also trying to learn a bunch of other stuff. So it's just how much time you have in the day. What's the most important thing to learn? Is it more important for me to learn Unreal or Fusion 360? I guess where do my goals lie, you know? Then I'll know the answer. Oh boy. Speaking of listening to stuff, I'm gonna listen to some ambient music. So in the description of this video here, I actually have a playlist of ambient music that I know most of you guys know about already at this point, but I'm going to pop that on. before I continue here. All right. So maybe we take this. This might be like the dumbest way to do this. But who knows? So if we clone this across everything and we drop our texture back on, we're kind of getting there. Yeah, we're kind of getting there. I feel like subdivided is probably the way to go. But I'm going to keep moving. We can always come back and work on stuff. Alright, so let's see. I want to connect all of these pieces together. So the best way to go about that. Let's see here. Man, bridging all this stuff manually would really be a pain. I could see doing it with like a Boolean object. Or rather, we make this cube. Okay, so actually no, that cube can go. Subdivision can go for now. Let's basically, here's the challenge I'm presented with. So I have the metal that this is sitting on, okay? And we have these like square cutouts, these holes that these are sitting in, and between them you have these tubes, right? These like four-sided tubes that the buttons are sitting in. So it's kind of sitting in two little things. Now, I want the metal, this housing, right? I want all of this to be one piece so the materials work properly. So I want to make sure that the geometry is pretty even and smooth and one piece all the way across. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. And I'm thinking the best way for us right now is to probably just make cuts into a plane or a cube that is our housing and delete these polygons, or rather extrude them back. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So we have our cube. This is what these things are sitting on. And I'm going to hit KL, and that's going to be our cut tool. And we want to have the cube selected, and we want to make these cuts basically right here where this second little section, this outermost section is. So I'll do a cut across first so that we can actually see. I think if I come into a side view or a front view, we hide the background. Line this up about right there. Okay, now I can come in here and we can move this line down. Right, so if I hit UL, it'll get that whole line. We'll hit W for the move tool, and we can just zoom in here and just get that right about there. And I'm gonna go through and just make some cuts. So we'll go one there, there, there. Cool. So we have all of our vertical cuts. Now I'm just going to go across the top and get our horizontal cuts. there, there. And there. Okay. So that's that. We also have this little bit up here, but we'll get that in a second. Now I'll solo this cube, and I'll grab these little slots for our buttons, and I'm going to extrude them back with, what is it, MT? Extrude. That's fine there. And with our cloner, let's actually turn off the cloner, solo this little bit, and we don't need this at all, so we can delete that, and we don't need that. We can, actually, let's keep that there. And let's make the normals right on this. Let's Control A. You see we have blue and orange normals, so I'm going to right click and align our normals. That doesn't do it. I thought align normals was supposed to normalize things. Okay, so maybe we'll just select all of these little bits and flip those. UR, I believe, is the shortcut for that. Yep. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll take this cube and we want to bring it forward, because that's going to make it look like these buttons are inset. Cool. Yeah, as you guys can see here, they look inset. I'm going to take off that material right now. Just for now, just so we have something a little easier to look at here. So now we need to bevel this, or yeah, we need to bevel all this because that's how it's going to catch the light. So we'll go into this cube actually, and we'll hold shift and we'll just drop a little bevel deformer on it. And by default, it's just way too high. So we'll go 0.1, 0.05, and we'll subdivide 10. And we're getting some, like, we definitely want this rounded. So I wonder if there's an option for that. There we go. So it just kind of bevels everything, gets that edge. And we want to do the same to our button here. So it looks like, yeah, the outer side looks like it's more beveled than the inner side. So we'll go to the cube, we'll solo it. We'll make a selection around the outer side, and we'll set our selection. We'll call this outer, and then we'll call this one, we'll make another selection. We'll call this one inner. Go back to our cube, and we'll just duplicate, control drag these bevels. And this bevel 1 will be outer, bevel 2 will be inner. So for let's see. Actually, we want to add to this bit here, the outer. Let's add this line here. These four corners, basically. We want this to be beveled as well. Boom, boom, boom. And we'll just, with our selection tag selected, we'll set selection. It'll update it. Cool. And let's rename these. This is ring, edge, outer, and inner. Let's take outer. Let's just bring it down 0.04. Inner will go 0.01. And it doesn't need as many subdivisions. Something like that. Cool. Nice. That's starting to feel pretty good. We can always adjust this. So that's why I use these bevel modifiers. These things are the best. They really allow you to change things on the fly. If you want to switch things up, you can. Otherwise, you're baking in geometry, and I try not to do that as often as possible. Yeah, Jamie, I'm actually switching up the stream till 10:30 a.m. 10:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It just works better for me, so I have more of a day after this. Usually these streams go pretty long, so I want to make sure I still have a Saturday to enjoy at the end of all this. All right, let's keep moving here. Next up, let's just get this little top bit. Interesting. That gloss is pretty sweet. Okay. Maybe just tweak the roughness a little bit. Like 0.15. That looks pretty cool, actually. That looks pretty sweet. Okay. Let's keep moving. So we have this stuff up here. This is another cube inset bit. So I'll go up here and we'll go to our cube and we'll hit KL and we'll just make a cut roughly there and roughly there. And I'm going to extrude these back also, but not as far actually. It looks like it just comes up to like there. And the bevel modifier automatically updates. The thing is the best. But it's a little bit more beveled than this bit. So I think what I'll do is we'll duplicate this bevel. And are we going to crash? Oh, that was a close one. That was a close one. Yes, I use the tablet for everything. I use it for Cinema 4D. I use it for After Effects. I use it for DaVinci or Premiere or whatever. I use it for Photoshop. The only thing I don't use this tablet for is video games. That is it. I would if I could. All right, let's select this ring here. I think it's giving us a hard time, so we'll go in manually. Cool. All right, and we're going to Let's see, let's bevel just that. We'll set the selection and we'll drop that on this bevel here. But it's double beveling because of this first bevel. So the first bevel, it needs a selection of its own. So I'll come back through here, and it's annoying that I can't select those edges. Okay, here's a tip for you guys. If you go to polygon mode and you hit UL, and let's just solo this cube. We want this selection on the outside. We want these edges on the outside, but it's not allowing us to get in there. So here's a quick little tip on how I would do that. I'm going to go to polygon mode. I'll hit UL, and I should be able to get in here and select just the insides of all this. And I'll select all of these, and if with them all selected, if I hold Control and click the edge mode, it'll convert your polygon selections into edge selections, okay? In fact, let's go points. And I'll go into a right view and make sure I'm getting the right points. And I want to deselect these back ones, holding Control. So now we just have these points in the foreground selected. I'll hold Control again, and they have converted themselves to edges. Now all you have to do is deselect this strip down the middle, and you have all of the edges you want selected. And I always give it, a little back and forth just to make sure. And also you want to deselect these lateral ones as well. But I think it's just a little bit easier than having to manually do all that. And we will set that selection. We'll call this ring. And we'll call this big ring. And we'll just apply it to the appropriate bevels. So with big ring now, we can just take that to 0.1. Oh, it's the other way around. Big ring and ring. So we can just take that up. Oh, did it not get that one? It didn't. So with the selection selected, go ahead and make that adjustment and then hit set selection again. It'll update. And now it's just a little bit larger. So we set it to 0.1. The corner here is a little janky. So instead of maybe all of these need to be included. Interesting. Okay, so you see how it's getting us this broken edge here? I think we need to bevel the rest of this stuff for it to work as well. So let's try and make that adjustment real quick. I'm just gonna shift and click these edges on the side that those corners are connected to, and I'm gonna add that to big ring, and then you can see that it's all jacked up. So that's tough. Maybe we just bevel these. Shoot. Yeah, it's still gonna do the same thing. That's a tough one, guys. I'm kind of stumped. I think what I'll have to do is just kind of live with the fact that... Yeah, that's tough. I think it's okay though. From this angle, I think it's fine. Can't really tell. And then let's just get this geometry up here. This is very, very simple. This looks like a beveled cube up here with a cylinder extruded right about there. Optimize. Try optimize. Yeah, I don't know. I think it just needs these edges to work. So for this bit up here, I think all I'm gonna do is add a cube, scale it way down. Sorry, guys. And let's go up here. Let's just scale it down a little bit more. It looks like it's double the width of this button. So with that in mind, I'll line it up in line with this button. And that should be good. It's above this by about that much. And it comes out beyond our frame here. And I'll just actually check the fillet box. We'll set the subdivisions to 10, and we'll set the fillet radius to 0.5 centimeters. Even too much. 0.2. Probably still too much. 0.15. 0.15 will probably do it. Sweet. And I'm gonna get this out from the geometry just a little bit more to really get that edge in there. I'm gonna control drag this across. We'll go to our front view. And I'll get this just right there. Bye-bye. Sounds good. All right, and then for the cylinder here, it looks like it's a little inset as well. So we'll go to this cube. We'll make a cut about there. And we'll extrude, we'll make another cut up top, and we'll extrude this back. And then we're going to put a cylinder in there, and let's bevel that edge as well. Let's add this to the big ring selection. So once again, actually I think I can just manually go for this edge selection. Or we can select that one and grow with U, Y. Oh, that's not gonna work. We'll get that. We'll hold control for our edges and we'll just deselect all these ones. And we'll select the big ring selection tag and we'll set selection to add it. And as you can see, boom, we're added, we're good. And now I'm just gonna make that little cylinder. So that looks like a quarter slice of a cylinder to me. With the cube selected, or with both cubes selected maybe, hold control and make a cylinder. And that's gonna spawn a cylinder right there in the middle of what you had selected, okay? And it made 2. We don't need both, we just need the 1. Let's set it to plus X. And we'll back it up. We'll scale it up. And we'll see what it looks like here in our render. Christian, you know, I was waiting for that because right next to me, I have something glorious. It's an extra large kombucha today. So thank you for the kombucha again, man. You made this possible. This thing is ridiculous. This is probably a liter of kombucha, and my throat's all scratchy, so I appreciate the super chat. I'm gonna go for this thing right now. This always brightens the stream for me. Thank you, sir. So yeah, you guys can see we're almost there. Let me drop the glossy material onto our cube and the cylinder. I think the last thing we have is that little sticker on the right side, and that's going to be really easy. And then we have, what else do we have? We got to add the numbers, and then we get texturing, and that's my favorite part. Now wait, hold on, why is this? Oh, I know why, okay. It's because I didn't add it to the selection. So I need to hold shift to make sure I have all the edges selected for this bevel modifier here. We'll update it, and now we're in business. Sweet, all right. I'm gonna enjoy this kombucha real quick. How's everybody doing? You guys hanging in there? Are you guys enjoying this? Hopefully my modeling, as I crawl through the modeling process of this, you guys aren't pulling your hair out. Yes, I'm using Octane. I've been using Octane for 2 years now, a year and a half, I don't know. I love it a lot. I hadn't used anything else, to be honest. So I can't honestly compare it to anything else. Ooh. So you guys are talking about the HDRI and wanting to use the HDRI and everything. I would love a really good way to get you guys all these files, all these assets and everything. And I've been thinking of potentially starting a Patreon for this stuff. That way I can upload all the project files, all the models, all the textures, all the HDRIs so that you guys can join me along on these render challenges or on these kind of tutorials. What do you guys think? Would you guys be down for a Patreon if I started one? What would you guys think of that? Let me know here in the live feed. Just do like an all caps Patreon, or just do @pwnisher so I can see it and I know it's related to the question I'm asking. But yeah, I've always been on the fence with that. It's kind of weird. It'd be kind of weird for me, but if enough people would be down for it, then it'd be helpful. Honestly, I think it'd be helpful because these streams do take a lot of time, and they do take a lot of prep work, like I was saying before. Yeah, dude, I need to learn Fusion. For sure. Cyanid said, You followed the whole 4-hour doorknob tutorial. Dude, that's awesome, man. Hats off. All right, some people are down for Patreon. Some people say no, but that's okay. You know, you don't have to. You don't have to support or anything. You know, some people don't need the project files. But it'd just be something small for everybody. It wouldn't be a requirement. It wouldn't be necessary. I would still keep doing this. I wouldn't want to like lock anything off from anybody. So yeah, that'd be kind of lame. All right, real quick, let's just because I'm feeling like, hey, why not? Let's just crank up this specular here and maybe crank the roughness a little bit more, 0.25. And we're going to get crazy with some surface imperfections, but not yet, guys. Not yet. Let's, I don't know. What else should we do? Depth of field. Depth of field. Let's do it, okay? Well, maybe we throw like a little matrix kind of style, because this feels a little green. To me, we'll go custom LUT. We'll load LUTs. I got the Gorilla grade LUT files here from Grayscale Gorilla. We'll go cinematic. Cubes is what we want. And these are all pretty intense. Mr. Anderson. That sounds like matrixy. And it's not doing anything because we need to go back into our camera view and check camera option. Let's reload it. That's not green at all. What about Blockbuster? I feel like it barely did anything. Take the red pill. That's a matrix reference, isn't it? And let's just tone it down. So the strength, we can go from 0. We can just take it up a little bit. Just something to tweak that. Just a hair. Doesn't really do a whole lot for us. But let's get the depth of field going, guys. So thin lens. Let's see. Let's go to depth of field, and let's take our aperture and just crank it up, and we get some nice depth of field right out the gates. And it looks like our focus is basically pretty set, to be honest. We can set the aperture to, let's see, the f-stop. I was at a, what is my lens at? Goes down to a 2.4, I think. This is the Sony a7R2. It's a 2.8. It goes down to 2.8. So we'll go 2.8. All right. Sweet. Now I'm noticing here this button. These buttons are coming up a little bit more than they are down here. Okay. So I think what needs to happen is I need to move these buttons up a little bit. So it's all these little details you need to keep in mind, and it's stuff that, like, when you're drawing. So I did a lot of art in middle school and high school, into college. I love me some drawing. And let's see. We want to move this button up a little bit. Yeah, one thing that you notice when you're drawing is you notice, like, how much space is between my eyes if I'm drawing a face? How much space is between the bottom of my nose and the top of my upper lip? And in this image here, I can see that there's no space between the top of this button and the bottom of this little housing, right? But in my render, it is, well, that looks pretty cool. In my render, you know, that's not the case. So you want to make sure that you're asking yourself those questions of like, okay, how far is this coming out, etc., etc. All right, so let's just adjust that real quick. We'll solo it. And actually, here, what I'll do is I'll go back to camera view. We'll check the camera, okay, so that our camera stays. And then we'll solo our cube, which, oh, I guess we need to solo our HDRI environment as well. And the rest of our stuff, I guess we need everything to... Anyway, we'll just do it from here. This is fine. Alright, so I'm going to come back into here. Edge, or polygon selection. We'll get that back piece. I'll hit the rest of these. Boom. Boom. And boom. And in fact, I'll deselect this back ring. I'll hit UI, which will grow our selection, and that gets everything also in here too. And I'll just shift to add all this. Cool. And then now I'll just move it all forward in Z space. And I forgot something, so I'll get that selected. And we'll try again. We'll move all this forward in Z space so these buttons really pop out. And then now you can see this button is kind of popping out here and meeting this. They look a little intense. Maybe we come back just a hair. Like right in there. That feels good to me. I'd buy that. These buttons have a lot of a lot of chunkiness to them. I like a chunky button for sure. Cannot go wrong with a chunky button. All right, so what's going on? It looks like we messed up some geometry down here. See how it's like messing up the edge here? So if we undo that. Was it just that way from the beginning? We were just jacked up from the beginning. Oh, here's what I need to do. I need to grow selection one more time. Or rather, I'm going to hit UL and get this bit. It's very confusing. I'm in a very confusing view. So this probably isn't helping. We'll go forward with that. Let's go a little bit more. And god dang it, I keep forgetting this little piece. This little tiny piece. Boom, get that. All right, yeah, that feels fine. That feels good. Abram, hey Clint, how did you make this video's thumbnail? Are you remaking this video? So the thumbnail is both of those images are just the picture to give you guys an idea of what we're doing. When I'm done with this, I need to update the thumbnail so it's actually the render, which is what we're creating right now. Let's try. Oh my god, you know what I just realized, guys? Well, we're gonna have to make this cloner editable because we're gonna have to go in here and start messing with yeah, we're gonna have to start messing with the geometry of each one of these buttons individually. It's its own button. Yeah, what's the best way to go about this? I mean, yeah, like A displacement. It'd have to be a displacement. Shoot. I'm going to just do a test because we're basically at that point right now. Okay. I'm going to go into Photoshop. Let's open up Photoshop. Yeah, you guys just got clickbaited. Nah, son. No, man. It gives you guys the idea of what we're doing. Because I guarantee you, it's going to look freaking as close to this as possible. I mean, that doorknob sure didn't get clickbaited on that one. That was a render, and that was a photo. So that's what we're going for. And hey, to be fair, the doorknob photo or the doorknob thumb was the same thing as well. They were just two pictures until I updated it later. Anyway, let's stop wasting time. Let's make a new image. Let's just go like, I don't know, 1000 by 1000. Okay. Let's make this 50% gray because that's what that's like the mid ground for displacement maps. It's 50% gray. Boom, boom. Okay, sweet. So I want to do a test. I want to basically say, let's make a new layer. Rectangular marquee tool. Yeah, for sure. This is basically just like a boundary for me. Holding Alt. Like that. Okay, so this is gonna be a boundary. So I'm gonna know what is working and what isn't based off of this boundary. We'll make this just slightly darker. Slightly darker than 50% gray. Okay, so we have that, all right. And that's going to basically cut into the geometry. It's gonna go down. And let's do a test real quick. Let's bring out the little typing text tool and let's just say ABC and 2, okay? And let's scale this appropriately. It looks like it comes pretty close to the boundaries of that boundary we made. And in fact, I'm probably going to scale up our boundary to about there. We'll go into this little ABC business and we'll scale it up. In fact, I think there's a space on the side here that's stopping me. Nope. Let's keep scaling. We want to get basically to the edges there and recenter this up. That's pretty much at the top of the button, right about there. And the 2 is larger, so I'm just going to select the 2, make this larger. And there's space in between this ABC and the 2, and I believe it is the auto here. Yep, we'll just kind of scrub that back. And we'll scale up the 2 a little bit more. Right about there, okay. And this may not be the exact font, but this, again, this is a test. If this works, if this test works, we will move forward with this method. So let's take the ABC, let's take the color and make it the same color. And then I'm going to make a, let's see, we want to blur all this, but we don't want to, I guess we could just, the fastest way for me, Control J, duplicates. We'll Control G group that. We'll call this backup. I'm going to take both of these, Control E to merge, and we'll go filter, blur. We'll go Gaussian blur. We'll hide our backup. Cancel this. Hide our backup. And we'll try again. Gaussian blur. And we'll do like 5. This should work. Maybe we'll try 3. And we'll hit OK. Now let's save this as a JPEG is fine. We'll go to... We'll just save this in the right place. What? What just happened? Oh, no. Did I? Okay, here we go. This is height test. Okay. Boom. Now, in theory, I'll make a new scene. I'll make a cube. I'll come in here. I'll make an Octane material, drop it on, render our scene. Let's just make, let's drop an HDRI in here very quickly just to give you guys an example of what we're trying to do. Okay, so we want to be able to apply this displacement to the cube and have it inset that ring and those letters in this, okay? And yes, George, using Gaussian blur as a smart filter on the layer folder. Thank you, sir. That's what I was looking for. I just didn't see it in time. So let's see. Let's load in our height test. And it looks like it's working. So we'll go to displacement. We'll set the mid-level to 0.5. We'll take the height. I think we can set this to 1K resolution. Okay, and then let's take the displacement, set the height to like, I don't know, 50. And as you guys can see, it's actually working. Boom. But we only want it on one side, so within Octane, we'll go clamp value, or is it, no, it's white color, or is it black color? It's one of these. Just has it work on one side. We'll set this to float because we don't need the extra. It's not a color image, it's a black and white image, and setting it to float saves you RAM, it saves you memory. I swore it was a white color. That was what made it just... Oh, but it's because I need to apply it. I see. I see. So it's not tiling. Technically it's not tiling, but we just want it on the top piece. So we would make 2 of these. One of them would not have the displacement. We'd make this editable. We'd select everything except the top. That would be a selection, and then we would have just the top be its own selection. So we'd apply both materials, apply the appropriate tags, and we should just have, yeah, this bit on top here. So that's doing what we need, okay? But here's the extra step. The extra step is to be able to put dirt on the inside of that. And I don't think that's going to work in Octane. I'm going to try it because it's going off of, it's basically going off of, what do you call it? Actual geometry. And this isn't actual geometry. This is faked right now. There's no geometry for what we're seeing in our render, right? So it's being faked, and because of that, we probably can't use the dirt node, but let's give it a shot. Just as an example or as a test, I'm going to inset this, extrude it back, and this will be the test of like whether or not it's working for this dirt, whether or not the dirt is working, right? So we'll go to our displacement and we'll go to our diffuse. We'll drop a dirt node into our diffuse. We'll solo the dirt node. And they changed it up in Octane 2020. So I don't quite know. So it's saying dirt map. I guess there's a texture slot for a dirt map now. Does it build it on its own, though? That's the question. Strength isn't doing anything. Radius isn't doing anything. Alright, so I gotta ask you guys, do you guys know anything about the new Octane dirt node? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? How do I get this to work? So it looks like that's working. Maybe let's see. Use inverted displacement as a dirt mask. Yeah, I'm just kind of like on uncharted ground here because I've never used. See, there we go. Now it's starting to work. It's just weird. Why isn't it working in the middle? There we go. There we go. So the settings are a bit different. Just a little bit. And the only way this is going to work is if the lettering is actual geometry. So what I'm going to try here is going to the cube and making a displacer, and in the displacer for shading I'll load our image here, this height test, and yeah, it's not doing anything because I am assuming, let me just make a whole new cube, drop it on there. I'm assuming because it doesn't have, yeah, then you can start to see it. Once you add all of this geometry, you can start to see it. Let's set this height to 50. And there you go. You can see it set in. And if we just crank this even more, then now we actually have geometry guiding, you know, our displacement map. So this way, I think, you know, it would work. So if we were to apply, there you go. So now it would work, but look how like rugged it is, you know, like we're gonna have to, oh my god, we're gonna have to crank these settings. And that's pretty nuts, you know? Maybe at a distance you wouldn't really notice, you know, like how kind of jacked up it looks. But to be honest with you guys, like, this is the only way I can really think of things, unless we do a boolean on with text. So we would have to go to, where is it? Motext, right? And we would have to basically type out ABC and just do all this like super manually. Like this. And you know, it probably wouldn't be bad once we got the first little chunk in place. To be honest with you, I think it'd be fine. But let me just test this real quick and see, because this might be the way we go. I'm just worried it's gonna mess up the geometry with all of the beveling we're trying to do, you know? So that's that, and then we'll come down here and we'll make another one. This will be the 2. And we'll scale that up. Like there. Oh man, Gilbert eats my chapstick. Not good. Yeah, I could try blurring out the displacement map. Let me just see this test through here and see what we get. We'll take this motext. We need this editable. That's the only way we're gonna be able to do this quickly. But I'm gonna take both of those, hold Control Alt and connect them. That way they're just one piece. And then I want to take both of these. I'll take the cube and the connect, and I'll hold Control Alt and I'll throw it into a bool, and I'll switch their order. It's always A minus B, always A minus B. So A is our cube minus our text. We're always doing A minus B. Shout out to Nick from Grayscale Gorilla, who I learned that from him in a tutorial, and I have never forgotten it since. So what's cool about this, though, this is actually nice because our dirt is going to work just fine, okay? It'll be interesting because our cube is kind of skewed a little bit. But with this bool, we can actually throw a bevel into this. If we pull it out of the bool, we make the bool Alt G, right? We group that, and then we throw a bevel in there. And with the bool, if you create a single object, that will get you all the little edges you need. And yeah, just up the subs on that. Maybe not that much, but then you get a nice clean cut. And the geometry looks nice. Minus the, this bit here. You're going to have to just kind of tweak the settings on that to make things work, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. So, yeah, there's 2 ways to go. What do you guys think? Do we do it this way? And like, the challenge this way is with our curved button. And I'm worried it's going to mess up the geometry of our button. Or we do it with a displacement map, but we just we subdivide the heck out of it. And that's that way, that's the only way to be achievable. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do at pwnisher here in the live chat so I can see you guys' response to this question. Oh man. All right, hold on. I think Florian just changed the game here. He said that Octane dirt maps work with displacement. So let's do a final test. The ultimate test. We have a cube. We're dropping we are dropping. Let's get rid of the dirt map for a second. This is our displacement, our Octane displacement, which works. It works. It works. Yeah. I think it's fine. The bowling is still, I think, the cleanest cuts, but for some reason it's coming at this from an angle, and it's also kind of weird looking here. So maybe a filter radius. If we blur it a little bit, that might help. It's coming at it from the side. I don't know why. But let's see. I'm getting carried away here, messing with random settings. Yeah, bull looks better. Displacement would be too computer intensive, so it'd be make the scene less optimized. Yep. Displacement. All right, you guys voting for displacement. Let's see if we can get this dirt texture working with this here. So let's get a sunlight in here so we can actually see what the heck is going on. Do I have to pipe this in to the dirt map? Like, does it... Okay, it's kind of working. Like, I'm seeing it, but it's... Huh. Yeah, this one's tough, guys. This one's tough. I feel like Fusion 360 would just totally nail what we're trying to do here. That's weird. Maybe I need to go black and white for the dirt map on that. I don't know, man. This is tough. Okay, I think I've done enough testing. I'm gonna hop into our actual scene and just start making some calls here. So let's take the original cube. We'll solo it. The bullying might be possible. Bullying might be possible. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. So let's do. Where are you? Motex. There you are. Okay, holding control. We will spawn a little Motex. All right. It's huge. It's way too big. So we're going to. The depth will be 0.1 centimeters, maybe 0.2. We'll set the align to middle. And the height we'll set to 0.25. Just to see where we're at. A, B, C. I'll scale it down just a little bit, bring it up. Florian, I think it's definitely something I need to look into. I don't want to waste your guys' time here. I think it's going to take a minute to really get the effect down, so I'm just going to keep moving here. So you can see here, like we would actually want to bend this, and we would want to kind of like wrap it around, and I'm not too familiar, or maybe it's bulge. Maybe we. See, I wish this stuff would just work. Like, it's bulging in the wrong direction. I want it to bulge front to back. So maybe what we have to do is take the bulge and rotate 90. And then that's bulging in a weird way, so we need to rotate another 90 like this, and that's working, I think. No. No, I want it. Gah. Once again, I'm sure there's a way to do this, but I'm stumped, y'all. See, I don't have all the answers. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know all the things. I wish I did. I certainly have a lot to learn. But let's just try bullying this thing. Control Alt. Bool. Not bad. Let's take the motext. We will duplicate the motext. solo again. We'll come down. And I'm just gonna make this 2 real quick. And we want to make sure we connect this. So it's one thing being sliced into. And what on earth? Is it because it's so tiny? 0.001. There we go. Okay, so we just needed to adjust the scale. The bool will be one object that kind of jacks up our edges, which was my concern. Yeah, man, like, this certainly isn't clean, that's for sure. Like, that's not the worst. That's definitely not the worst. If we, let's see. Let's throw a bevel in there. Whoo-wee, that's bad. We might just have to do this without a bevel, which I'm never a fan of. Which makes me wonder how Cornelius Domrich did it, you know? He's the master. He did a phone booth like this with, like, you know, all the numbers and everything. And I know he uses Fusion 360. Hey, that's not the worst, you know? That's not bad. If we do a darker material here. And we set that as, let's see, the connects. Yeah, those will come through. So now I think we just need to adjust the font and all that stuff, you know? It certainly needs to be thicker. It's too skinny. So, yeah, now we just need to make different letters, different symbols. Yeah, the bull's making the geo go a little crazy. But it's not that crazy right now, which I think I can roll with. So I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, take a little break, just like a minute here, and we'll switch out these letters and we'll make things look super nice, and then we'll get to texturing, because honestly that's what I'm super looking forward to, is the texturing process. So I'll catch you guys in probably 1 minute from now. So I'll see you guys soon. Where'd my pen go? All right. Okay, guys. How is everybody? Are you guys still with me? I know it's been 2 hours. What are we at? Yeah, it's 2.5 hours, I guess. Hopefully we can get this thing wrapped up in the next hour. I'd like to get these buttons done. Honestly, it's probably an hour and a half, because I want to get these buttons done. And we need to texture this thing. So that I'm actually looking forward to. So let's just keep going. Let's keep doing it. So we need to break off these buttons into individual buttons so that we can alter them individually. So what we'll do is we have this boolean, and that's going to be cutting into all these different buttons. So the boolean will be duplicating. Now the cloner here, let's actually take, we need, okay, so I'm gonna pull the boolean out for a second. I'm gonna drop the cube back in, and this null we do not need. Actually, it looks like the null, for some reason, was getting all of our stuff, getting all of our buttons forward, pushing them forward. So this is what we want. We just want individual buttons. So I am going to, this is the point of no return. So we want to basically bake all this down. So I'm going to select the cloner and hit C and hope that it does exactly, nope, okay. Okay, let's take the null and the cube. I'm going to right click it and say connect objects plus delete. It moved everything back. That is okay. We'll just move it forward again. In fact, let's just take the cloner. We'll hit C, and now we have all of these buttons. These are our individual buttons. That's what we want. And we have baked in Let's see if we can do this without baking in our there we go. Yeah. These bevels. We might have to manually. Let me try this. Let's try this. Let's try making the cloner editable. And yes, it keeps, okay, great. It keeps everything. So if you control click this little minus, it'll collapse everything. I'm opening it back up. So it keeps our bevels, which is what we want, okay? So let's take all these cubes. They were pushed back. Let's push them forward again. We'll hop out of camera view. Just make sure they're lined up. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Okay. So now we have each one of our buttons. So I'm going to go through and just name them appropriately. Sweet. Totally just realized they're not in order. God dang it. Okay, we gotta just go through this. It was upside down. Okay. All good. All good. So we want to make sure that everything is orderly, because when you start getting a lot of stuff, you want to just make sure your scene is in order, so you're not losing your mind, or if you pass it off to someone, you know, they can make sense of everything, or if a client wants to make changes, you know where to find stuff. Okay, yeah, this is good. This is good. I'm just going to order these up real quick. All right. So we have our buttons. Sweet. Let's grab that cloner there, that connect, which has our text in them, okay? And we'll turn on the connect. And what we want to do, the easiest way would be to use the transfer tool and transfer it to that button and just have it work. So I think what we need to do is just move the axis back so that once we select the button, it fits perfectly in place. So I'm just kind of doing this by eye here. A little bit more. Too far, okay. There we go. You guys can kind of see what I'm doing here. So I want to make it easy so we can just duplicate this across as quickly as possible. John, you think we could make life easier with rounded letters? Maybe that is the case. We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. I just want to line this up first. So this might just take a second, but I think it's important because we want to make sure, and this is a boolean for number 2. Okay, so I'm gonna drop 2 in there so we can see what's going on. And oh my goodness, it's hollow. Oh, we're good, I think. Sweet. Okay, there it is. Fantastic. So I want to line up the bool here, the anchor point of the bool with the anchor point of this cube. So I'll select the cube. And the bool, those actually, that's the same. There we go. Okay. So I want to find a text that is a little bit thicker. So, all right, so I think it's all in. Actually, let's just go to DaFont real quick. If you guys don't know about DaFont, it's the best thing ever. Basically, you can search for anything you want. So I wonder if there's just one called phone booth or phone. And we could do a test here by actually typing something in. So we can type, it's like, you see this 9 right here? The 9 and the 6. Those are very specific 9s and 6s. They're like older style, and the 5 as well, you know, and the 4. You see how the 4 is? So I think it's the 4, the 6, and the 9 that we want to really ace. So I'm going to just type that in here, and then you get a preview of what those look like. And we can go, these are a sans serif font. Sans serif means without a serif, and a serif is the fancy thing you'll see on like Times New Roman. The top little like, they have these little wings on all the different T's and the L's and everything. So this is a sans serif font. So let's go back to the font homepage, and we'll go to a sans serif font here, and we'll type in the 4, 6, 9, and make sure we get the right 4, the right 6, the right 9. See, this second one is close, but the 4 isn't closed. This is a closed 4. Ooh, here we go. The bold font, which I think I have the bold font. That's basically it. It's a little bold, though. It's a little bold. This one, Comforta, could work. It's a little skinny, but it is rounded. Oh, what's up, Gilbert? Let's try Comforta, and you download it. Everything is free on DaFont. So I'll just desktop that. And then the bold font, I already have the bold font, but does the bold font come with not just the bold portion? Does it come with... No, it's just bold. It's only bold, guys. Oh. What's up, Gills? Hey, bud. Where you going? Oh. We're looking for fonts right now, okay? I think Comforta works, so I'm just gonna unwrap this here. And it comes with, it looks like it comes with a bold version, which is exactly what we want. So we'll install that. And we'll install everything. Gilbert, what are you trying to eat right now? What are you doing, bud? And the light version. All right, and we'll go. Does it update automatically? That is the question. And I don't think it does. Comfort. Ow! Gilbert. Jeez. Dude. Sorry, guys. Yeah, shoot. I don't think it updates automatically. That's lame. Unless I'm looking in the wrong section. COMF. Yeah, we'll save it. And we'll reboot. It was a good little experiment we tried there with Photoshop. Yeah, undo camera moves, Control-Shift-Z. One of the best shortcuts ever. Nozzle, I love how you know your fonts. That's great. All right, guys. What have you guys been doing during quarantine? Is it kind of back to normal for you guys? Are you used to quarantine? Or is it still pretty difficult? Is it getting harder? For me, I've been very busy. Which I'm very fortunate to be busy during this time. I know a lot of people don't have their jobs, or they have to go into work and kind of risk exposure to the virus, which isn't fun. At Corridor, we're all working from home unless we're in filming an episode. And if that's the case, then we're just basically doing our best to keep our masks on and everything and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I hope more good comes from this than bad. I hope there's Google and Facebook with all the tracking and everything, which is not chill. Definitely not chill. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, you guys are on learning new stuff, Marius, on that Skillshare. Heck yeah. Timster, I'm so sorry that you lost your job, man. That it really sucks. Very, very sorry. Make the best of it, man. That's all I can say is make the best of it. Please make the best of it. Okay, let's get this text going, guys. Comfort. There it is. Comforta. Comforta. It's a very strange. Comforta. Alright. And we'll do the same for the text. Which totally just broke everything, but that's okay. Hey, and we're back. Okay. So let's scale down text. And each little bit has to, I think, has to be worked in and finessed on its own. And this number, let's bring this number up. Yeah, it's like finicky, you know? You just got to get it just right. The Boolean is definitely not friends with the geometry. That is too true. It's ridiculous. I had it. There it is. Okay. Sweet. All right. So I think we can scale it down. Let's bring our reference back in. Okay. We can see there's the space between here. I need to scale this down a little bit more. Yeah, I just need to scale this stuff down a little bit more. So probably like there and probably there, I'd say. And we want to push this back a little bit. And the Boolean, we can make one. No, we don't want to make one object. It's not, doesn't look good. Guys, this is rough. I'm just trying to find like the best between all these evils here. Like, this is fine. This works. So we got this in line here. Let's go to the next one, okay? So we're going to take this Boolean here. And we're going to... Let's see. We're going to... This will be 2. We're just going to go down the line. Copy... excuse me. Copy, paste. And... we'll move all this over. Okay, right about there. And we'll update A, B, C, D, E, F. Dude, this is just janky as all right now. Certainly not the best way to do this. Like, certainly not the best way. You know, and we have these little pieces here. Just our geometry is getting screwed. The 3 gets cut short. You know, like... There we go. Yeah, this is just going to take a little bit here. So we'll keep moving, guys. This is 3. Let's do 1, okay? So I'll replace this cube here, and we'll hide the ABC. We just need the number on this one. And we'll move the text along. And this one should be easy. I'd say that's finished. And Philip, 100% small bevel around the edges here, but like we tried, man. Previously we tried, and these edges get screwed up so bad because of the boolean. There has to be a better way, but I'm not finding it right now, and it would be something I'd have to put considerable amount of R&D research into. I think modeling this in Fusion 360 would be the best way to go about this, but we don't have time for that. I also don't know Fusion too well, and I've heard volume building. I've heard about volume building. I've never done it before, so that's another thing I'd have to do some R&D on and research. If you guys have any questions while I'm doing this is just busy work at this point. Feel free to at me here in the live feed. Ask me anything you guys want, and I'll do my best to answer these questions while I do this, yeah? Yep, Zachary, screw it, man. Screw the bullying. Like, it's rough. It's rough. I don't like it either. But it's what we need to do right now, at least to make our way through this. Boom, there it is. The G has a little bit of futz on it, but moving on. No way, that just worked? This is the worst. Whew. Let's check these questions. How do I mix Octane Sunlight and HDRI? There's a little checkbox on the Octane Sunlight tag at the bottom that you can check. I use it all the time. Yeah, any questions you guys have, feel free to ask. technical questions, technical things, or personal things. I'm open to any questions y'all may have at this time, because we're halfway done with this number business here. And then we can finally get to texturing, man. That's what I've been waiting to get to. Dude, I literally saved and the M just like snapped. It said no. Boy, almost done. We're halfway done. Halfway done. I did not know Ian was on a podcast. That's awesome. He's one of my favorite people ever. I have the pleasure of knowing him personally. He is such a great guy. Ian Hubert is like the world's best Blender artist. He is so good at what he does. He'd be laughing at me right now, taking all this time. Like he works so fast in that program. It's ridiculous, and I really need to start implementing some of his workflow into my workflow, because he saves so much time, and like that's something we don't have as we get older and older, is we don't have time. So yeah, Ian is amazing. I'll have to check out that podcast for sure. So I don't, to be honest with you, I've never used any other render engines. I've always been on Octane. Ren was the one who got me on Octane, and I hadn't looked back because it's been the best thing ever. I love it so much. So I couldn't really say, ooh, we got lucky with that one. I can't really say what I like. I can say what I like about it. I mean, I love the fact that it's an unbiased renderer, which means you just boot it up, you make a sun, you make a sky, you hit render, and things just look good by default. You don't have to tweak any numbers to make things look good. It just looks good. That's what I love about it. It's fast. And I'm sure, I think between Arnold and Redshift, I don't know. I know that one of them is a biased renderer, which means you have to plug in a little bit more numbers to get a good look out of it, but and the other is not, just like Octane. But yeah, there's a whole lot of mixed bags on it. I know Chad Ashley of Grayscale Gorilla is a huge Arnold fan. He's been trying to convert me to Arnold for a while. I think in time, you know, it's just now like, I don't know. I'm so set in, you know. I'm in with C4D and or rather with Octane, but that doesn't mean I can't learn a new thing, you know. Oh man, this one's being troublesome. The next big thing I want to learn is Unreal Engine, and it's cool too because they actually have Substance Designer free for Unreal Engine. So that's also another program I've really wanted to learn. And yeah, the Unreal team makes it possible. Dude, this bullying crap is getting on my nerves. This is so bad. I am like putting you guys through this. Apologies. I do think the most important thing is finishing a piece of art, and gosh darn it, that's what I am here to do. So God, killing me. I'm killing myself here. Yes, I have seen the Unreal Engine billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of triangles video. I mean, honestly, like I think that's what did it. I downloaded Unreal Engine like the next day, so I'm super amped, super amped for it. Oh boy, guys, we're almost done. Almost done with these keypads. I never want to see these keypads again after this. The numbers just work, you know, like the numbers are doing fine. It's the letters that are just, my goodness. Oh, okay. Something happened here. Finally, just one asterisk. I cannot say the word asterisk. Asterisk. That is a hard word to say. Okay. Okay, let's change the font for this. Just anything. I think any of these will honestly work because it's going to be blurred out. Yeah, that's good. There we go. Sweet. Look at me. I had it. I had it finished, and I'm just going back in. I need to stop at some point. That's fine. It's fine. Dude, you just say you play Tekken 3 on PS1? That's like my favorite game, man. That was my first game, basically, or one of my first games. It was my first fighting game for sure. It was Tekken 3. Love Tekken. I was played as Brian, and then as they came out with the other games, Feng Wei, yeah, in like Tekken 5 and stuff, and 6. Game's so good. Their cutscenes are crazy too. Alright, I can't even read what that is on the 0, so I'm just going to reference some other photos I took. Operator. Yeah, the asterisk looks a little thick, but I gotta keep moving. I gotta keep moving. I gotta keep moving. Moving on. Close enough. Close enough. It's gonna be blurry. Look how blurry it is, you know? And finally, we have reached the end, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the hashtag. Okay. We've done it. My goodness. We've done it. Man, that was painful. Okay, let's get our focus plane right. We can do that by hitting this little focus tab here and probably focus right at that point. Maybe right on the 5. And I think we'll take this down to a 2.4. And maybe even we'll go 1.8. Y'all, hey, maybe I'll fix the asterisks when we're done, okay? It is a little thick. But I feel like all of our letters aren't thick enough, but hey, at this point, I'm kind of beyond this. Oh. So we need this little sticker on the right. Let's do that real quick. Shouldn't take long at all. That will be, what's the fastest way to do that? I'll do a cube, scale it way the heck down, bring it over here, scale it up, bring it out, and we'll throw a bevel modifier on that, holding shift, letting go on bevel. We'll do 0.5 and 10. And we just want to bevel this top edge, so we'll make the cube editable. We'll do a ring selection. Boom. Set our selection and drop that into the bevel selection. So there you go. And then we'll just push it back in space here. And for this, let's see, let's bring this up. Comes up to about, again, back to art school, right? We're looking at the distance between all this stuff, how much between the sticker and the button. I'd say a little bit more. Maybe a tad bit more. We lose it just above the bottom of this 9, which is basically what we're getting. And the top goes not quite to the halfway point of this little cube, this inset cube, but just below it. So I think it needs to come down just a hair. And maybe out. No, not out to the right anymore. I think we're good. Yeah, so that feels right to me. I'll just drop this material on it. We'll just make a blue one real quick. We'll reference the pure ref for the color, and we'll drop that on there. Yikes. Sweet. Okay, now we need I mean, basically we're at the texturing point now. So we need to make a metal that is kind of rusted and corroded. We need to make a dirt map, and we need to throw in this little sticker. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably start with the sticker, just to get that out of the way. So what I'll do is I'll open up Photoshop, and I took a couple other pictures of this phone booth for this reason specifically. Hopefully we have that information. So I just want to grab this in the quickest way possible. So I'll go to the raw photos, and I'll just kind of tab through here and see what we can find. And it looks like this is probably the cleanest version of it. So I'm going to take this last picture into Photoshop, zoom way the heck in. It was the second to last picture, it looks like. Zoom way in, and we can see, oh wow, I just learned something. These buttons are kind of, like the top part is kind of like they're beveled, you know, like the top part is smaller than the back. Interesting. Okay. Noted. And they're kind of bowed out a little bit. Anyway, let's go in here. Here's a really cool tip for you guys. So basically, if I grab the crop tool and I hold this down, I can go to the perspective crop tool and grab what I want and line up the corners to this image here. And perspective crop will actually line it up so everything is nice and straight. Once you hit enter, it's very satisfying. And I can't wait to show you guys. I'd say that's good. Maybe we can come in on the edge a little bit here. Boom. And there you go. There's the image for you. So I'm going to take this, and I'm probably just going to scale it up a hair so we lose that outside bit right there, and I'll just quickly paint that back in. Cool. I'll save this as a JPEG. We'll just call this sticker. Hit OK. And in Octane, let's make a glossy material, okay? And I'm going to actually hop out of camera view. We'll make sure check camera is unchecked. We'll hop out of camera view. I want to come up in here, and I'm going to make a cube. We'll scale it way down once again. We'll go into our front view, and I'm going to line this cube up with this little inset that we've made. About like that. And should be about right. So it's sitting inside of this little inset. We'll push it back, and it's going to be right in here, okay? So we'll call this sticker. We'll drop that glossy material on there, and we'll hop into it. And I'll grab the picture we made and just apply it to the cube. Go to diffuse, and projection will set the box. And we don't want it to tile, so we're going to set it to, let's see, wrap around. I think we set it to clamp value. But let's see, we need to scale it way down. Whoa. Whoa! God, I just entered the Matrix. Do you guys see that? Jeez. What the heck? Jeez. Okay. Wow. Good times. Let's make a transform node. We are in the Matrix. We've done it, guys. Maybe. Wow. Clamp value white. Let's try white color. You can see our image way down there. And we just want it to line up. I'm going to pause the render. I feel like there's a faster way of doing this. Let's try, instead of box, I'll delete that texture projection. I'll also delete the transform. And I'm just gonna go, hey, there it goes. It just works. I think it just works by default. Maybe we'll adjust the transform a little bit. And just scooch it to the left a little. Cool. Oh, so stupid. This is so funny. Okay, so let's see. We'll focus on the lighting here a little bit more once we get our main texture set up, or rather as we get our main texture set up. So if we go to bridge, and bridge is the greatest thing ever. Just mega scans in general. It's free with Unreal Engine, which is crazy. We'll go to surfaces. We'll go to metal. Let's see. Let's go to metal. And maybe we'll just do like a bare metal here, and then we'll really make it nasty. So looking at our reference, this was once pretty shiny, probably. Very similar. This is close. This is very, very close. Let's download this here. Will, hey man, thanks for the super chat. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you're enjoying this, man. This is a very long stream, I guess, as they usually are, and I feel like I've been going back and forth on a whole bunch of stuff. I'm just trying to figure things out, but I'm glad you're learning a thing or two, man. So at this point, we have our material downloaded. We'll go to export settings. We want to export that 8K goodness all the way to Cinema 4D. All right. And here we have it. This aluminium. And we want to apply it to let's see, all of these different objects here. So we have this back plate, we have the buttons, and the foundation and everything. So let's go to the buttons and make sure, let's see. Yeah, we should probably be able to just apply this to the buttons, and then the text. See, the buttons are a bit more smooth and a bit more rough, I feel like. So we can duplicate the aluminum, and we'll actually set this by default. I always set this material type to glossy and Octane. So what's the roughness? So there's obviously, this is too bright. We need to come down here on our exposure, and we need to just start roping things in here. And I want to make sure that my sky or my HDR is working properly. So I'm just going to reset it quickly and load the image in. Payphone, okay. Awesome. So I feel like DL, usually path tracing is the way to go, but DL feels like it's the way to go here because we get these nice, shadows here on these inset parts of the image. But path tracing certainly has its perks here. I'm gonna make just a chrome material. That's basically what I already did here. I made a chrome material and I just gave it a bunch of roughness. And I want to make sure that this HDRI is working properly. Now, honestly, because I know I'm going to make this image black and white, I might just make it black and white, but I don't know. I feel like I need to get it close, and then I'll do black and white later. It's kind of cheating, but honestly, you kind of want to cheat with all this stuff. Let's adjust our HDRI image. With a color correction node, I'm going to take the saturation down by half. And I feel like there's a bit of a color difference between these two, and it's hard for me to really put my finger on it. I'm going to rotate the image around a little bit to see if a certain lighting setup might work better. But it looks like straight on, like how we have it here, is probably the way to go. but it still doesn't feel right to me. I'm wondering if, okay, idea. So this is a phone booth. It's encased in a metal structure, as you can see here. So I'm wondering if that's actually doing a lot to block the light. So I'm actually going to replicate that with a cube. Something like this. I'll just make it editable and quickly delete the front face. And I'm looking at this HDRI image here to see, it looks like, yeah, this thing is encased here in this cube. And that's something the HDRI image is not getting us. It's not getting us in the encased, it's not blocking light, it's just making light. So I want to get that just as right as possible. And we'll take the cube and we'll make sure that it is not visible to the camera. And it looks like, yeah, it's probably coming out about that far. And I'm wondering if this ring selection will bend the light in a way that, you know, something like that. So with and without, let's see. So if we compare store render buffer, okay, we're freezing the image on one side, and we turn off the cube. That's not really making that big of a difference. So that's direct lighting, which I'm liking better just because of the shadows and everything. But they're a little intense. I think the shadows are a little heavy. So to balance out the color temperature, you can go to white point and you set it basically to the opposite of where you're trying to go. So if we're trying to make it warmer, we want to go blue, and it'll make things a little warmer like this. I think it needs an area light at the front. It needs something to lift everything. It's basically being blasted from a big window over here, but we're going to use, if you look at the HDRI, you can see there's like this archway here that where the light's coming from. I want to replicate that with an area light. So obviously that's way too intense. We'll just set it to 0, and then we'll bring it up to 1, and we'll try 2. Now the shadows up here are certainly, they need to be lifted. So what I think is actually happening, there's a piece of glass over that. So let's see if we take that, we control drag it up to make a copy, and we just lay it over top. And we just make a specular material and drop it on the sticker. You have to make sure you turn fake shadows on. I think that's the way to get this to read through. It's under the common tab. Yeah, but it's not doing anything for us really. I think we just need to bring up the brightness of the image. So let's delete the glass. We don't need it. Let's go to the image here. And let's do a color correction tab, or a color correction node, rather. And we'll take the brightness, we'll just go to 3 with it. And we'll go to 5 with it. And we will take the gamma to 0.5. And that gets pretty stinking close. We'll take the saturation to 0.7. And that gets it very, very close, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think the metal here is very, very particular. So let's get this metal down. If I zoom in here, we definitely have, it's rusted for sure. It's definitely like a rough chrome, okay? I'm seeing a rough chrome on this. But it has a level of, it has like some rust going on, some rust imperfection going on that you can really see right here. And it's kind of like a spackled kind of feeling that I'm getting from this. There's some rust in here. And I actually already pre-built a rust material that I might just open up and use for this here. We also have to get in here and dirty up the corners of everything, like all of the crevices and cracks and everything. We want to dirty those up. So those will probably be the first two things, and I'll start with this metal. So, man, what's probably the best way to do this? The best way to do this, and these are different. So the rust you really are seeing just on this foundational piece. The buttons are just more rough, you know, they have a lot of roughness going on and dirt. All right. So the quickest way to do this, let's zoom in here. Let's get into the inside of this here. Right up into our frame. And this certainly has, like, I feel like this has a lot less contrast just because it's like a raw image. So we could come down here and match that by adjusting the gamma to like lowering the gamma a little bit. Or raising it rather. Kind of get confused on that. And then we'll come back down. So it just kind of like desaturates everything or kind of flattens everything out a little bit more. Okay, so for the metal, let's focus on this metal here. It's definitely starting with this kind of chrome here. With the roughness cranked, it's at 0.3. Let's just try 0.1 for now. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll drop the roughness to 0. And I'm going to drop in that Cornelius Domrick roughness map here, the fingerprint map. Smudges. Boom. This is the best one there is. And it even has this like splattered one too. We'll combine them. So we'll try first on the roughness. This looks amazing. I love his stuff. If we invert this and we solo it, we can see what's going on. If we drop the gamma, you can see the smudgy fingerprints doing its thing all around here. This looks really, really nice. Let's solo it again so we see what we're doing. And you can see the image is being stretched here, so I always set the projection to box. That's awesome. And then we'll take the transform, and I think we need to scale it down. And you can see they're actually being duplicated here on these buttons, which we'll have to adjust later. And I'm just kind of clicking around until I find the right look. Probably somewhere like this. Feels about right. So we can unsolo this. And it's still too reflective. So I think what I'd want to do is drop a gradient node in between our image. And basically, if I take the black, or if I take the white and change it black, so this whole thing is black, it's going to be chrome. If we go full white on everything, it's going to be fully rough. Okay, so what we want to do is basically where it's too chrome, right? So our image here, whatever is black is chrome, okay? We want to take that and just kind of raise it up a little bit so that it's a little bit rougher. So I think that would be, if I went black, yeah, it'd be the other way. So I would need to take the black and make it like a dark gray. And that's going to just roughen things out a little bit more. And you can see what's happening here. If I were to like take this dark gray up to a white, you can see that it's just kind of washing it out a little bit more. But I think we had a nice little feeling here. Now, once we rust things up, I think that's really going to get the look we're going for right now. And yes, Nathan, I did use the same image in the thumbnail because I hadn't created it yet. I'm doing it live right now. I'll update it once I'm done. So the lettering, okay. We need to choose a color. Let's see, it's probably like a dark gray blue. So we'll go to blue, we'll make it dark, and we'll make it gray. And I'm just referencing this image here, and that feels about right. And you can see those numbers really stand out a bit more now, those letters and those numbers. And I wish that we had a thicker font here, but honestly, I think we spent so much time getting that in. I don't think, maybe I'll adjust it afterwards, but I'm not going to put you guys through that, you know. So it still feels too contrasty to me. So maybe we can take the gamma up even more. The highlight compression is maxed out. I think it's too warm. And now the sticker's too bright. So it's a lot of back and forth. Getting things, just walking it all in. So let's get this like eroded look here, or this kind of rusty look. So let's see what Bridge has in terms of rust. Corroded metal. So we just want to use like, honestly, we would probably just want to use like a display or a surface imperfection. Grunge would probably work. Grain might actually work for what we're going for. So we could use this grain to reveal a different texture underneath, like this or something. I think would actually be pretty nice. Or like that. Yeah, that's not bad. This isn't bad. Let's download this one. 4K is all they have. But I think that's okay. Let's download it. And we'll export. So this is what I need right here, this map. So let's see, we want to probably pipe this into reflection, probably. So we'll go to that, let's see, where is it? Where's the material that we have, the foundation? Let's go in there. And let's paste. What is this? Oh, that's the other Cornelius. Copy and paste. All right. So first we'll put this in the diffusion just so we can see what's going on. I'm going to right click the texture and solo it so we can see what's happening. And that looks nice to me. That feels pretty grainy looking right here. Once again, you can see it's tearing here. The image is being stretched, so I'm going to set a projection node to box, and that will take care of it. We want to just transform it down, though, back to a size that works, and then the color correction, we'll solo that, and we'll crank the contrast. So there we go. So it's kind of rust things out, where the rust is black and the normal texture is white. So we'll uncheck that, okay? And we'll just render the region of this here. And you can see these fingerprints. This looks really nice. So now what we'll do is, instead of the diffuse tab, we'll actually go into, we'll try the We're probably going to want to do a mixed material, to be honest. But let's try piping it into the roughness for a second and see what happens. Let's try inverting our image. And instead of a color correction, I'm actually going to give it a gradient. That way we have more control over how far we crunch this thing. There we go. You can start to see it here. Something like that. So it has the rust kind of spackled throughout. And what we'll do now is I think we need, well, basically we need to combine both of these. So we have the fingerprint action going here, and then we want to combine it with our like rusty kind of look here. So I'm going to try, first off, I'm going to just try with a, let's try with an add. Let's do an add. Material 1 and 2, and hopefully this will just work right out the gates. And it looks like it did. Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Gray, I appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you. Dude, there is a squirrel going ham outside right now. What is it doing? It's always going after my freaking my cactuses and I got some fruit out here. Just going ham. Okay, and yes, who said it? Lol what? Button roughness should be higher than the rest, and sure enough, you are right. The button roughness is where it's at. It needs to be cranked higher than everything else because they get used more. So what we'll do, we will duplicate this material. I'm going to delete everything else that we're not using. In fact, there's an easy way to do that. Just go to materials, remove unused, and you'll be off to the races. So then we want to duplicate this material. We'll call this buttons. Okay. So we'll take buttons, all right, and we will drop it onto our buttons. Just like that. We're going to go in here and nothing changes because, you know, everything's the same. We haven't changed anything yet. We'll go to roughness and always go to node view because it's easier. And we need to take this Cornelius Domrick roughness map. I'm just going to go straight in. And let's just render the region here. Let's go on the 5. And we need to just crank the roughness up. So this dark gray, we can make more of a middle gray. And that's going to smooth things out a lot more. And this white, we can set more to a light gray. And now I feel like things need a layer of dirt on them. Definitely, yeah, it needs a layer of dirt and smudge. So what I'll do here, hello Gilbert. What we'll do is, we'll do that with a mixed material. So I'm gonna do just basically make a diffuse material. We'll put it on the buttons. And Gilbert, I can't even see. We'll go to the diffuse and we'll make like a darkish, kind of nasty brown, gray material. That's gonna be our dirt. And we'll go to bridge. And we'll go to grunge. And something like that I think would be awesome. So let's download this one here. Boom. And once it's downloaded, we don't even need to transfer it. We can just right click and go to file path. It's the fastest way. Octane has a round edges feature. Yeah, that you can drop onto things, which maybe that would have been the best thing to do for these buttons. Who knows? Let's right click, let's go to files. Let's grab our roughness and let's go to Octane. And we'll drop it in there. Cool. So this is gonna be our dirt. Oh, but we want it in. No, this is what we want. We want to use that to blend these two materials together. So I'm gonna make a mix material, and in the mix material, we'll put our buttons. Let's see. Yeah, we'll put this dirt that we made and we'll put our buttons. And we'll apply the mixed material to the buttons. Cool. We'll go in here. And let's clean things up a little bit. We'll right click, select the hierarchy, move it around. Right click, auto arrange. Same deal here with the add, or with this. We got Octane diffuse. This mixed material, let's see. Yeah. And we don't want, oh goodness, come on. What is happening? What on earth is happening? Oh, I am very confused. Did I mess things up? Okay, there we go. Alright, so basically on our buttons, we are mixing between these two textures with a float image. If I go all the way to the left or 0, we go to image or texture 1. All the way to the right is texture 2. So we don't want to blend them 50-50. We want to blend them with this roughness map that we downloaded from Megascans. The first thing I do, always projection, we'll set it to box. That's going to clean up the UVs and everything. I'll right click it and we'll solo that node, and it's way too big, so I'll scale it way down. I feel like that feels good. And let's just crank the gamma on this image, or rather, we'll throw in a gradient node between our image, and we'll pipe that into the amount on the mixed material. Let's just crank it and try and make it black and white. See this? This is starting to look nice. So that's going to be really dirty. And have that dirt kind of show through. And we can take the black and make it just kind of like a light or a dark gray. And that's going to kind of even out the effect and make it not as dramatic. So that's super dirty. We want to set, let's see, our white maybe to a middle gray. And that will kind of take away some of the dirt just a little bit. And I keep right-clicking the gradient to go back to see what we're doing. Always want to be checking that. And I feel like there's more dirt on the sides than there is on the top. So I'm wondering if we can do a... we can certainly do a dirt material or a dirt node for that. But I think a fall off would also work as well. But no, I feel like this is literally what you'd use a dirt node for. So let me just drop that into the amount. And we'll solo it. And we'll invert the normals. And we'll take the strength to 10. Or maybe 5. And let's see if we can't get... invert again. Yeah, this is basically what we want, like right here. Something like that. So the dirt is going to be inside on the edges, you know. Hey Tom, I'm glad you're able to catch one live. That's cool, man. Welcome. We're going strong here. So, yeah, let's use this dirt map and just have this dirt go across the dirt map. So let's see. We have, let's get rid of that. All this dirt. Okay, but you can see here, there's more dirt on the bottoms here than there is on the top. So in a perfect world, we'll be able to have a lot of dirt on the bottom and a little bit on the top. Okay, so let's zoom in here so you guys can see what's going on. Sweet. Okay. All right, so we want to probably do this with a multiply, I think. So I'm going to multiply the dirt node and the surface imperfection, put that into the amount, and let's see what happens. Okay, we don't, nothing much. Okay, maybe what we do, maybe we do it with an add. So let's try with an add. The dirt node and the imperfection together. Okay, yeah, we're getting a little something down here. Yes, 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 this is what we want. You see how the dirt is just on the edges. But I think we need to flip it. We need to invert it. So let's try putting material, let's see. I'm just going to flip it around. Let's see. We're almost there. We just want the inverse of this. So we could probably do that. Honestly, we could probably just do that by taking the add and throwing an invert right in between. And that'll flip things around. And we should just have dirt in the bottom. But we need to crank the values. So if we solo the add, we basically, let's take the dirt map, let's take the strength up. And you can see how this starts to come in a lot more. And now all we need is, yeah, that's cool. All we need is a bit more dirt on the top. So for that, we can use either a fall off node, right? We could use a fall off node for that. Or we could do it with, let's see, we could probably just lower. If we take the gradient, we take the white and we make it just kind of an off-white. What happens if we just make this all the way dark? Okay, that's not what we want. So we want the top of this thing. I think it's the add that's doing it. Yeah, the add. Okay, so we want the top of this add, we want it to be slightly gray. So maybe it's the dirt map that needs a gradient. We need to adjust the dirt map with a gradient, and we need to set it so that whatever's white is actually off-white, like this. And then you see that? You see how you get a little bit of dirt detail on that top piece. So if we disable it, now we can see there's just a faint amount of dirt on top of this button, which I think looks really good. I think that looks great. I'd like to grunge up the inside of those numbers. So for that, let's see here. We want to throw a, so that's this material here. This diffuse material is controlling the inside of the numbers here. So I think what I'll do is I'll grab a dirt node, and just for the sake of doing this quickly, we'll, let's see, how are we gonna do this? Oh, this is fine. I can just render this region here. I basically want to get like a almost an ambient occlusion kind of effect going down into these numbers with the dirt node. So we'll make it easy to see by piping this into the diffuse. And oh no, I'm doing this on the wrong material. Let's go to this material. This is our buttons material here. So I'm going to go to the dirt node. I'll throw the dirt node on there. Let's pipe it in. Let's solo it. And let's see if we can't get we'll invert it maybe. but we want it on the bottom. We want... Maybe it's the radius that needs to go up? That's what we want. That's what we want. So we'll walk the radius back. Kind of want it down in there. Let's take the strength to 10. Radius is 0.5. It's kind of doing what we want. Not entirely. So we have this. We'll use that in a second. Let's disable the solo on that. And let's grab a noise node. And I'm trying to replicate what you're seeing here in the 6. There's like little speckled pieces in here. So I'm just going to use a noise shader to do that, or a noise node. We'll set the projection for noise. I always do XYZ to UVW. And we'll take the noise and set the contrast to 1000 so I can see what we're doing. And then I'll give it a little transform and scale it way down. There you go. And we'll go to the noise. We'll set the omega to 1. That's really going to break up these pieces here really nicely. And we can go octaves. We can say 8, and that's going to break it up even further. And we can take the gamma. We can go to 1.5. So we're only just getting these little speckled pieces on the inside. Okay? And that is actually not bad as is, but we want to combine this with the original material, so that's piped into the diffuse. Let's grab an RGB spectrum, and we will go with, what's this color here? It's like a bluish, dark bluish kind of color. So in fact, I think we can just copy this and paste. Alright, so that's the original. And we want those speckles to be on the inside, so we'll combine it with a multiply, I believe. And we want to invert this. So I'll throw an invert node in between the noise and the multiply. And actually, I think without the invert is what... okay, so it's the multiply that's doing it. We want to subtract, I think, instead of multiply. And then that... I'm trying to get little white speckles in there. There we go, but it's still not the... shoot. Maybe we have to go the opposite way on the gamma. No. Oh, what's up, Natalie? Hey, how you doing? Heck yeah. Thanks for joining. I don't know what's going on in the chat. I guess I should read it. How's everyone doing? I guess I should ask that, you know? How you guys doing today? I feel like this render has taken a long time, and I'm figuring things out, so it is what it is. And we got C-Mic as well, man. Heck yeah. C-Mic, what you got going on, man? What did you start? Oh, you started checking the news, and then you hop off if it doesn't help your health. For sure. I recently got into taxes, or not taxes, what am I saying? I recently got into stocks. So I think by you know, checking stocks, I'm checking a little bit of news at the same time. It's interesting for sure, very interesting. So we gotta swap the order on the subtract. Dude, C Mike is here. It's a good day. It's a good day. Welcome, C Mike. Thanks for joining, man. And we got Natalie as well. It's a good time. So we're talking about switching the order on the subtract. Maybe that'll do what we gotta do. I'm trying to get white speckles on the inside. So let's see. Let's crank this until we have our white speckles. Just like that. And we want to, if we invert our noise, we should be able to use a multiply, because the white speckles will become black speckles, in theory. And we should be able to just multiply our color with the inverted noise into the diffuse. I don't... Why is that not working, man? I'm stumped. I am stumped. It happens often. Oh my goodness, finally we did it. Oh my god. Look at that. It was an ad. That's what we needed. Those are your white speckles in there. And we want to combine that with the dirt node. So I believe that will be a multiply. Yep. Looks to be it. Looks to be it. Okay. Let's like zoom out here and see what the heck is going on, see where we're at, and wrap this thing up, because man, I'm getting tired. My back hurts. Sweet. Okay, so it's a little bright down here. I think what I'll do is probably take our foundation texture, and I'm just going to bring the specular down a little bit. So instead of full specular at 1, 0 would be completely off. I'm going to take our specular and put it at like 0.75. And I'm going to take our buttons. Let's see. Let's see if our light is doing much. It's not really doing a whole lot. Let's maybe bring the intensity of our HDRI map down. 0.5. And I think the rest here we can probably do in Photoshop. Now I wonder, let's see, let's take the diffuse, we'll make the diffuse black. That goes a long way. All right, so I changed the diffuse to black on our specular material with our specular down to 0.75, and that really made things a little bit better there. There's a couple things I'll do in Photoshop probably. I might reframe it just a little bit. These buttons I feel like the HDRI image needs to warm up a little bit. And I am colorblind too, so it is tough to see exactly what I need more of. So let's go to our image. We'll go in here, color correction. We'll take the hue -0.2. Dude, friggin' see Mike talking about the American school system in the chat, dude. That's classic. That's great. Pull up my red channel. Okay, let's do that. White point. Let's go. We're in. Actually, what we want to do, we want to go green. Let's see. The opposite of red. So we'll go green. And crank it, and that. Oh, it's because. Wait, no, this should be working. This should be working. That's why. That's why. I think. It feels closer-ish. If I can maybe get some more of this darker detail in the mix, I think I need to just pull my little visor thing forward. I also need to check the material on it. I think a dark gray material or a neutral gray on that I think will help our scene a little bit more. Let me see. Let me just make it black. And I will actually build out a bit more of the environment because I think there's a lot of light being blocked. So we'll make a plane. We'll scale it down. We'll make our floor. I'll make it editable. We'll make our wall and our ceiling, which goes all the way across. This back wall certainly is blocking light, so we'll make sure this comes up to about there. And let's see if that does anything for our render. This is basically finished here. According to C-Mike, I just need to spit on it and say it's done. It's pretty darn close. Let's take the specular and take it down even more. I just feel like there's more contrast between this background, like this texture here. I just feel like isn't quite right. I wonder if I put like a card in front, if that would actually help. So if I did like a plane and we rotated it this way, full 90, and we scale it down, we'd be blocking all the light. We'll throw a dark material on it. And I wonder if we can just like wing it off to the side or something. Oh no. You know, like you just kind of like flag the light a little bit from the top to get a bit more of that contrast coming through. And instead of full black, we can go darker gray. And that'll just bring, I feel like, a little bit more of the detail back in. Yeah, I think we gotta call it. I think it's time to call it. So I'm going to render this thing, and then I'm going to color correct the crap out of it in Lightroom. So let's render real quick. Let's do 1,000. Let's do 1,500 samples. It's only one frame, and then I'm going to announce the winners of last week's weekly challenge, and I will also announce the this week's weekly challenge. But the winners of this week's weekly challenge get a prize, and it's an awesome car shader. And I'll get the details on it in a second when we start the render here. But before I do that, I just need to make sure that this bounce light isn't too crazy. Sweet. All right. I'd buy that. Yeah, I'd buy that. Okay. Let's render. Octane settings. 1,500 samples. And we'll do, let's see, let's just point it in a direction. We want, let's double all this. Let's just go 2,000. right. EXR, we don't need alpha channel. 16-bit is fine. And we render. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. So while that's rendering, let's talk about the winners for this week's weekly challenge. They get an awesome car shader, car paint shader, and I need to give the shout out to the proper name here. So I need to make sure. I'm gonna pull up the Discord. If you guys aren't part of the Discord server, it's in the link below. It's pretty active. It's pretty fun too. Lots of fun. That's awesome. Lots of fun challenges going on every single week. And it looks like people actually put together some really nice images already of this keypad here. I'm liking these. In fact, this is better than mine. John Malcolm. Heck yeah. Congrats, John. That's great. Okay, so let's see. Let's find this. The winner. In fact, all 5 winners get the prize. And okay, yeah, by Spastic Mouse in the Discord server. Yeah, he created this incredible car paint shader that you guys will get here. And let me see if I can just kind of like pull up. Let's see, challenge whip. I'm going to pull up this image that he dropped in for us. It's kind of back here. And in fact, I'm going to just pull this up for you guys because there's a lot of awesome entries this week. It was a car. You had to model and texture and light and render a car, and it was very difficult. It's one of the hardest things. I have had a lot of trouble doing car stuff in the past, and like modeling is difficult, and modeling cars are very difficult. Melanie, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. For treats and toys for Gilbert. He's snugging up down on this carpet down here, enjoying the day. So thank you, Melanie. I appreciate you always. Let's just go through. Let's find our prize first. Okay, this is the challenge work in progress channel, and we got all you guys helping out, giving awesome tips, showing your renders, talking about how to model this thing as good as possible to get the right reflections and everything. But I'm going to keep scrolling up here, and hopefully I can find the post from, you can just search Spastic Mouse. And it should be somewhere in here. Yeah. So he worked on this whole plugin for creating car paint shaders in Octane, in Cinema 4D. So the winners get this whole thing. He put so much work into this, 8 months of work into this to get like some sick results. And I need to find these results for you guys because, you know, this is the hype. This is the prize here. So I'm just going to keep scrolling up until we find his post. In fact, he sent me a message. Let me pull it up real quick for you guys. Oh, this is crazy. He's got freaking Rickroll playing on the car. This is great. I'm just going to play this for you real quick. So, like, this is fully editable. The car paint shader is like, you can do a whole bunch of crazy stuff with it. It's detailed to the max. Let me see if I can pull up another little thing for you guys. It's super cool, and it's very, very exciting for him to do this. He's going to be selling it for $100 when it's all said and done, which is going to be very, very soon. and you can see you can like change the colors on your card. Like you can change a whole bunch of stuff. It's gonna be super cool. Very, very detailed. So the all 5 winners of today's weekly challenge get that as a prize. I think I've said it too many times. Let's just talk about the entries, and then we'll announce these winners here. Okay, so submissions. We got a lot of good stuff this week, guys. People making renders like this. This is freaking awesome. You guys put a lot of work into all of this. Super cool. Look at this like old bug. This is incredible. Yeah, I mean, the list goes on. I just kind of briefly want to scroll through. Rocket League, one of my favorite games of all time. Where we got the wind tunnel. Oh, I need access. People, you guys have been doing videos and stuff, which is super cool. Now, one thing to note, that for this week's weekly challenge and moving forward, save your image as your name, as your Discord username. It just makes it easier for me to select the winners and everything. But look at this. Look at this. This is awesome. This is awesome. You guys went to town. This guy did a car chase. I really like this. So much fun. Lots of good stuff. I'll just keep scrolling through here. We got some amazing renders. You guys put all this hard work into this. So nice. This is a painting. More on that later. Like, this is freaking cool. I love it. I love this. Congrats to everybody. You guys went to town. We got Lego cars. I get it. Modeling a car is really hard. Modeling a Lego car, a little easier. Of course, you got your Tesla truck. Yeah, this is incredible. Made a toy car, a little Flintstones mobile. The list goes on. But guys, let's get down to the winners here. I got them pulled up. So let's, without further ado, announce these winners. And then we'll edit our photo and call it a day. Okay. Let's see. All right. So the first winner of this week's weekly challenge and the first winner of the first official prize for the weekly challenge is Jack Christensen. Congratulations. You did this really, really nice Lego truck. I'm a huge Lego fan. Legos are basically the best thing ever. And I think you did a really, really good job here. I think you did a good job rendering, good job on the ground. You did a really nice job with your background. Overall, yeah, you even threw in a little bit of color correction. I think you did a great job. Jack Christensen, congratulations. You have won the official Spastic Mouse car shader for Octane and C4D. Now, if you don't have Octane, or if you don't use C4D, he's got you covered, right? Because he's going to release it for basically everything else. And a $100 value in your pocket, or on your computer, whatever you want. You're going to be off to the races for setting up some awesome car shaders. So, congrats, Jack Christensen, and thank you, Spastic Mouse, for offering your car shader pack as an awesome prize. Next winner with the prize is Mono. This is cool, man. Like, he said, I framed it up this way because there was a lot of details. I didn't have time to finish it, whatever. But great way to make the best of your situation. And it's also a really nice render too. Like the surface imperfection on here. Your framing is really nice. I like the grain you have, the background. It's integrated into the background really, really well. I just really, really enjoy this image. It's a phone background, and you guys will be able to download it from the Discord server once I post all this stuff after the stream to the challenge winners channel. So, Mono, congratulations. You got the car paint shader plugin by Spastic Mouse. So congrats. Next up, guys. Next winner is we have Rokeno. Back again with another win. A beautiful image. Like this is more, like studio style lighting here. You'd see this a lot in different car commercials and whatnot. But this looks nice. Dude, this looks so nice. I love it so much. It reminds me of Initial D. Loved that show. It's the reason why I bought my car. Yeah, this is awesome. It's lit so well. It's modeled well. The car paint shader is super nice. You have that specular, with the nice fall off and everything. Your highlights are crazy. You modeled this so well. You have this strip here, the specular strip. This is perfect. Congrats. I think you totally deserve the prize, the Spastic Mouse car paint shader plugin for C4D and Octane. And once again, if you don't have C4D or Octane, he's got you covered, future-proofed when he comes out with all the other versions. Also, hey, you got the little back render too. Dude, this is so good. I love it. I really do. Next winner of this week's weekly challenge is Tinham. Congratulations. Dude, this is nice, man. This is really, really nice. Yeah, you've integrated it into the background really well. You modeled the car yourself. Like, it's hard to model this stuff. Really, really difficult. I think maybe a little bit more detail back here could be helpful. Maybe a little bit of surface imperfections or something. I don't know. But man, great job. It's really well lit. I like it. It's really, really well lit. And you got a side view too. This looks very nice. Congratulations, Tinham. You have won this week's weekly challenge and the first official prize. And I'm going to try and get more prizes for you guys on these weekly challenges. I think the prizes help a lot. I think it's super cool. And I'd love to start working with some of my favorite people, favorite companies to give you guys prizes for these weekly challenges. So, start joining them. They're fun. Next up, we have, let's see, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. All right. Next up, we have, let's see. Just real quick, I want to shout out. Zalumi, you didn't render or model your own car, but honestly, man, I just want to shout you out real quick for your painting that you did. I thought it was real. This is so freaking cool, dude. This is awesome. Yeah, I thought it was legit. I was scrolling through, I was like, holy crap, this is so good. And it makes me wonder, like, should I just allow paintings? And I mean, I guess I allowed drawings in the last one. But, officially the rules here were to model, texture, light, and render your own car. But I just want to say how cool this is. And it's really going to get me thinking about, like, it doesn't matter what program you use or how you do it. And I think moving forward in the future, that's going to be the case. Because this just shows, like, you did such a good job. You were very creative. And, yeah, like, why should the prize or the contest only be for certain programs? That's the opposite of why we're doing this. It doesn't matter what you're doing or what program you're using or whatever. It just matters that you're working at it every day, or at least every weekend, But yeah, how cool is that? It's so nice. Okay. All right, guys. We got one last winner here. So this was a very, very tough one. Very, very hard to decide here. Because, there's a lot of you guys who put out consistent good work and come back time and time again to win these challenges over and over. But, yeah, I think I got to give it to Ice Cream Paint Job. This is great. Yeah. You modeled a toy car yourself. You textured it. You lit it. You rendered it in a very fun way. This looks freaking great, dude. I don't think I have anything to say other than congratulations for winning the car paint shader. Yeah, it's really good. Your surface imperfections are top notch. Your modeling skills are top notch. Your compositing skills are really great. You remembered to add grain and you matched your grain to the actual footage you put this thing into. Like, great work, man. Great work. You even have the highlight from the TV bouncing off the reflection of the glass here. Very impressive. Very impressive. Congrats, Ice Cream Paint Job, for winning this week's weekly challenge. And that's it, guys. Ice Cream Paint Job, Jack Christensen, Mano Rokeno, and Tinham. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, okay. We got it. 5 winners. Congrats, guys. I'll be in touch with the Spastic Mouse car paint shader for you guys. Congrats to everyone. Such beautiful renders. Let's check our render here. And if you guys want to see those images, they'll be in challenge winners. I gotta update this here once the stream's over. Okay, let's check our render. Where is our... There we go. All done. All done. Okay. So I'm going to issue the next weekly challenge right now. And I just kind of want to think for a second. What should it be? What should it be? I'm open to suggestions, guys. Why don't you leave some suggestions for this week's weekly challenge? I'll leave it to you guys. What do you guys want to do? What do you want to be challenged with this week? Let's open up... what should we do? Lightroom or Photoshop? Let's keep things simple and do it in Photoshop. I am down for that. So, go ahead and at me here in the live feed so I can see that you're talking about the weekly challenge for this week. Man, that's pretty dang close. That's pretty dang close. Alright, we got video game, we got interiors. Watches. Do a watch, okay? A space scene like planets or ships. Oh, a planet could be actually pretty sweet. Forest path, maybe. Maybe something inspired by what you watched or read during quarantine. Bird's eye view, optical illusion. Space station, watches. You guys like watch? Okay, hey, between here we go. Between a watch and between a planet, what do you guys want to do for this week's weekly challenge? Model, texture, light, and render a watch, or create a planet? Which one do you guys want to do? Steven, hey, glad of you. I am glad. What am I trying to say, man? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Glad you found the channel. Space. I'm seeing a lot of space. Planet. What do you mean by planet? I mean like Earth or Mercury or Venus or some fictional planet. All right, it seems yeah, I think planet is the winner. I think, guys, we're going to make a planet this week. That's it. We're going to do this week's weekly challenge is to create a planet. Make it in whatever program you want. Make sure that when you upload your image, okay, to the Discord server, title your image as your Discord server name or as your Discord username, please. It helps me. yeah, you can use whatever program. The coolest render gets the win. We got 5 winners so far. No prize this week. So we'll see. We'll see if we can't get a prize going. I don't know what it would be. I have no idea. But as usual, we're not going with a prize this week until someone comes up with the prize or offers a prize or something. But yeah, just render an awesome planet. That's the challenge. I do have a planet tutorial, actually. It's a long one, so I'm sure there's shorter ones out there. But yeah, just check out my planet tutorial. It's one of the live stream videos. I think that's about it, yeah? Everyone say planets are easy. Planets are too easy. Let's see. Prove it, okay? Prove it. It could be Earth. It could be friggin' whatever planet. It could be some sci-fi made up. It could be your own planet. It could be anything. But have fun, okay? Let's just do a couple tweaks and call it a day because my jaw hurts from talking. All right. So I think... I feel like these buttons kind of have an orange cast to them. I just feel like my... Yeah, I feel like my color tone is a little off. Let's try... Oh man, yeah, it always helps with a little bit of color correction. Do I want to match it or do I want to just like make it look nice? Maybe I'll just make it look nice. I think that's what I'll do. I'll just make it look nice. Okay, let's go into camera raw. Control Shift A will get you in. All right, I'm just gonna hide this and I'm just gonna make this look nice. So clarity, let's boost it. Let's take our, let's maybe take the exposure. Probably exposure's probably good where it is. I think that's good where it is. I'm probably gonna go with black and white on this one. I am a sucker for really high contrast black and white images, so let's maybe see what we can do. Definitely want to give it a vignette. I'm a sucker for vignettes, man. But honestly, I think the best way to do the vignette is with a radial filter. So I'm just gonna draw a little radial mask around here and bring. For some reason, it just adjusts things for you by default, which I hate. I think it's really dumb. Let's just bring the exposure down. And the contrast, we'll bring the black point down. The whites will stay. Maybe the highlights peek through a little bit along with those whites there. Okay. Contrast a little bit, exposure down, maybe just a little, maybe that's a little too much, something like that. Okay, yeah, that's mask, that's our mask view. We'll just click any old button up here to come back to your normal view. Let's raise the exposure maybe. No, I think highlights. We want to bring our highlights up and our whites up a little bit. Yeah, that feels pretty good. And now you can certainly like go back to color here. And I think I'm going to crop out the bottom of this a little bit and just kind of focus more on the top. I'm not getting anything from this blue sticker. It's not really doing much for me. So that's kind of why I went black and white with it. And I think I'll probably just maybe do a little bit of color correction on top of this. So let's see, highlights. We'll stay white. Our shadows, though, maybe could be more of like a greenish, matrixy kind of feel. I don't know. Highlights, magenta, perhaps. Somewhere in there. But man, every time I just think about it, like I go back to black and white and it just looks so nice. Yeah, Louisa, you called it. We're going to get that film grain for sure, and it's going to be good. Yeah, I don't know. Like, going back and forth between color and black and white, it's always tough for me. Like, that just looks nice, you know? It feels nice to me. Maybe a little bit of vignette. Okay, so let's save this out. Boom. I'm liking how that's feeling. That feels super cool, actually. And I want to frame out the bottom here where we're not really getting much information. So I'm going to... Let's see. Maybe I'll crop later once I... screw it. We're here. We're here. Let's do... Crop tool. I want to keep the aspect ratio consistent. Keep the aspect ratio consistent, okay? There we go. It's a little bit better. And I don't know, maybe... Gotta like squint, you know. You can do a whole bunch of stuff here on the crop. The crop is fun, you know. You got a lot of options on the crop. I'll do it. I'll do the crop in a minute. I thought I'll always do the crop last. Film grain, always film grain. Yeah, let's do it. So I just have a little film overlay, and I want to actually make some of these for you guys. I think it'd be pretty sweet because I use these all the time. Share and proceed. Okay. Yeah. So we'll take this, we'll rotate it around, and we'll set it to overlay. And that's going to get a film grain effect on top, which always looks nice. And I'm actually going to scale it up to make it real grainy. And I might duplicate it. Call me crazy, but I might duplicate it. Boom. So it's like you really got that nice film grain on there. And then usually what I do, to go back to one of your guys' points here, you said I could make a a blur here in the filter as an adjustment layer. I'm just trying to find it. How can I apply a blur effect up here? Let's see. Yeah, how do I do this? I want to apply a blur as just like a layer up here, but I do not know. I do not know. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you guys for the answer. I know one of you know the answer. Oh, you converted to a smart object? So, technically, where is it? Lens blur is grayed out because I think we're in 16-bit image. So I'm just going to do 1, set this to 1. I always do a little bit of blur because, like, no image is going to be perfectly sharp. Just a little bit helps, I think. Heck yeah. Anything else? Anything else? So yeah, this is the picture, this is the render. I'm feeling pretty good about this. I would just crop it, which I'll probably do on my phone when I post it. Because I do want to post it with, this image as well. So probably do a little bit of work on that side. But I'm digging that. What do you guys think? Any ideas for... Oh. Yes. Let's duplicate the image. Let's just... It doesn't need to be a smart object for this, so we can raster it. Let's do Control L for levels. And I just want the brightest points of the image. And we'll make them brighter. And I'm going to, I guess it should be a smart object because we're going to blur it again, okay? We'll set this to screen. And we'll go filter, blur, Gaussian blur is fine. We'll go like 10. And this will be our bloom. Maybe we'll go 50. Just a little bit of diffusion like that, I think goes a long way. And we'll set that to half opacity. That's with and without. I think it looks nice. And yeah, it definitely needs to be cropped. And I agree, the render does look better than the original in terms of color correction. Like, we can certainly get the color on this as well. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, that feels good. That feels really good to me. And hopefully you guys aren't bothered by this asterisk. It's asterisk, right? Asterisk. Asterisk. Jeez, that is a hard word to say. Like, I edited it. That's hard to say. I edited it with the asterisk. I want to say asterisk. Whatever. Hopefully you guys aren't bothered by that. So, I think it's pretty freaking sweet. The last thing I'm going to try, I always throw one of these in, is Let's see. Gorilla Grain. Light leaks. I'll throw in a light leak. Because I think they look freaking sweet. This is my light leaks pack. We can try this one. Something like that, maybe. And we'll set that to... Kind of scroll through and see what works best. Lighten is probably pretty good. And we'll probably set this saturation to 0. It kind of defeats the purpose of the vignette. The light leaks, it's part of Gorilla Grain, I think. But I think I like it without. Yeah. And then, yeah, I would just crop this thing. Because this dead space down here doesn't give us anything. So. So the choice is horizontally aligned or vertically aligned. I'm torn. Yeah, I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. It's a tough one. Which is why I think I'm just going to take a moment and sit on it. So I'm going to save this as a PSD and call it a day, guys, because my jaw hurts from talking and my butt hurts from sitting and I got to pee again and like... I think this stream is over. All right. Any questions that you guys have? I'll be here for the next 2 minutes. The next 2 minutes. Thank you for sticking with me this whole time. This is officially the longest stream ever. 5 hours. How did I sit here for 5 hours? I tried to start early. I started at 10:45 and now we're still at 4 o'clock. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, that's rough. We'll be okay though, guys. We'll be alright. Thank you. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you guys stick in for the full deal. It's pretty nuts, to be honest. Oh. Visual, it's a view from space, like as a planet from space. You know, like you're viewing it from one planet to another or something, or you're in a spaceship looking at another planet. Oh, yeah, guys, we did it. The longest stream ever. I'm so glad that you guys are down for all of this. It's freaking cool. Thank you for sticking in. You guys are the true OGs, sticking around for every stream, for every minute of it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go outside and like breathe or something. So in the meantime, I'll see you guys on the Discord server. I'm so excited for this HDRI tutorial. Oh my goodness. I am so amped for it. It's going to be very cool, and it's only going to be 10 minutes. It's only going to be 10 minutes long. It's not going to be 5 hours. I want to do more smaller stuff for you guys, so like, you don't have to watch 5 hours of a tutorial. Okay. Enjoy, guys. Have a good one. I'll see you in the Discord server, and then I'll see y'all next week. Peace.